It's almost ready. It's almost ready. Just once I do the kickoff. Okay, it's ready. It's ready. Okay. I don't know what we had to do last time to stop it from doing that. It's a delay. I think as long as I get it down, it won't do that.
Sometimes. Yes.
It's like that. Testing 1, 2, 3. All right, ladies. I feel a little awkward here coordinating this because I'm a male and you ladies are ladies, but please forgive me for this, and then I'm a fade in the background. So I'll be disappearing. But my name is Cyron Smith. Everyone just calls me Cy, S-Y. And this is my amazing wife behind the camera here, Jamaica Smith. Everyone just calls her Mimi. All right, so that's easy to remember. And it's our honor to be before you. You taking the time out on a Saturday, if you're doing anything else, but you're making history here with us. We have a few people that's on the live feed now. So don't say anything if you don't want to capture, record it, broadcast around the world, because it is going to be on YouTube. So you guys, if you have to leave, you'll be able to capture you guys came up with later. So this is a part of National Block Club University. You had the brochures in front of you. And the purpose of National Block Club University is about block by block, us as a people, pretty much using us to save us. Everyone lives on the block somewhere. So how do we galvanize what you guys been through, what we've been through, to be there for the next generation? That's essentially what it boils down to. The specific mission is stopping the killing, but you're not stopping the killing without what I just said first, which is social fabric. So we host these every single weekend conventions, which is really discussions of us coming together. The topics are in there. You guys are going to see all these topics. So we invite you to tell us which other ones you want to participate in too. Okay. But we always start everything off with an introduction. And again, it's recorded, so just be mindful what you say if you don't want to share it. But in our introductions, we talk about what zip code you come from. And the reason that matters is everything we do to support you guys, fundraise, is done by zip code. So when we know what zip code you come from, we'll know what leadership is in that zip code to support whatever it is you're doing. Because that's what this whole movement is about. How do we add value to what you're doing? This is going to help Martina significantly because of what her business is. So we're going to partner and keep making that strong. So we could go around your name, your zip code, and watch this. What did you want to see happen before God called you? That's heavy. So I'm Cy Smith, my zip code is 46402. And before I leave this earth, I want to see Black people loving each other, supporting each other, doing business with each other, while traveling back and forth between here and the continent as if it's not a big deal. Like tomorrow I'm going to Zimbabwe.
It's not a big deal.
Like it's not a big deal. I'm not, but that's how I want it before I leave this earth. So let's start here, man, with you in the corner there. We'll work our way around.
I'm Dimitri and the code 43320. And what I would like to see is mostly Black people getting along
Excellent.
and having each other's back.
Spoken word. We have kids here too, you guys, so.
No, but thank you. What was your phone? 46320. And yeah.
Yeah, she got a big. Deborah, go.
Hi, my name is Deborah Pryor, zip code 60629. There are 3 things as of now that I would like to see before I head home to my internal home. One, I definitely want to reduce, if not eliminate, being around Black people that speak ill of other Black people. and in our race, period. I want us to lift us up.
Yeah.
I know we do things wrong. It doesn't matter. Other people do it too, but I want us to lift each other up. 2, I want to visit Africa. 3, I definitely would love to open up a business where it's for, and I'm gonna say this, and I hope I don't hurt anybody's feelings. But if I speak of people of color, I mainly mean Black people, a place for them to come to be creative, to sit down, to enjoy a site, to have something to eat, to drink, to entertain them, and just for them to rest and be able to take a load off their shoulders sometimes. So it's my creative cafe. It's what I call it. Thank you.
She's doing it now already. Yes.
Is it open?
No, that's what I
Working on it?
I do activities
stuff, yeah.
such like that too.
Okay.
I do paint and sips and I do everything.
She
I didn't
came
know
already-
that about you, Miss Deborah. We're gonna have to connect.
Okay, you got it.
Yes.
Well. And learn a lot.
It's on me.
Hi guys, I'm Vaishnae or the 4641846180.
Where's that at? No, that's it.
What is my zip code, y'all? I've been so many places. 46408. There you go.
Oh, okay.
That's me. Park. So what I want to see, I have a lot of brothers, so my heart is for the men. I would like to see a lot more men be there for the young men in whatever aspect that looks like. They don't have to have a father, but there's many fathers in our community. So that would be so.
Good morning, everyone.
But can I do introduction real quick, who this lady is? So this is you got it, okay. So this is Martina Montgomery. This here is the founder of a staffing agency here in Gary, Indiana, that I want to see blow up. And so I'm doing everything in my power, my wife and I, to make that a reality, because we need a spirit like Martina who's going to care for people and help them develop the skills so they can feed their family. So now you, please, who are you?
Good morning, everyone. I am Martina Montgomery. And I'm in the process of doing what I want to see happen before I leave this earth. And that's creating a avenue for our people to have good, solid jobs and be able to have a family and move forward. Economic stability. It's my goal.
Shanita has. But let me do Shanita's introduction too, so y'all know who this lady is. So, so again, everyone brings something different to the table. I met this queen this last year, and she's exemplified the leadership that can lead people who's not afraid to speak, to give confidence to people to be able to speak. And she worked for the city, so that's probably where she got some of those skills from. So when she's a good leader, and I can definitely see her, helping the city recover. So who are you?
Hello, everyone. I am Shanita Starks, better known as Truth. And that is the way I'm walking, is in God's truth. And one of the things that I want to see is what we're doing today is to create our minds together and connect to figure out how we can uplift each other and claim our wealth as Black people and understand that it is us to be a giver. We're supposed to be lenders and not borrowers. And us around this room, we're going to help plant in each other our goals, our dreams, because that's the one thing I want to see that I have planted and done the work that God has asked me to do in order to fulfill His purpose, and that's to see us a better place. We uplift each other, we don't tear each other down.
Mhm.
And that is why I'm so happy that we're gathering today. That's why we're gathering today, to make history. And I appreciate Sai for seeing the vision and having the vision and bringing us together so that we're gonna leave here empowered and we're gonna get our marching orders. And we're gonna know how to actually uplift Gary and lift up Lake County and the regions around us. So before I leave here, I wanna plant the seed or continue to plant the seed that God has given inside of me. I wanna help other people grow. And I want to leave a legacy for my daughter where she can contribute positively to the society. So that's what.
Oh yeah, right. We'll put it on my wife here. Who are you, wife? Do I need to do the introduction? We've been knowing each other since '05. She immediately said, let's get married, and we got married. No, but so 2005 though, we've been together, you guys. She is very creative, does a lot. So Deborah, you're gonna love, what she does. But go ahead and introduce yourself.
So I'm Jamaica Smith. My zip code is 46402.
Mhm.
Before I leave this earth, like a lot of what you all said, but specifically for me, because my passion is young women, I would love to play a part in helping them shift their mindset to a more creative mindset than a survival mindset. So how can we be more 70% creative, 30% survival? Just kind of shifting that mindset. It's not an easy thing to do, but I would love to play that part in helping that happen for young women.
Now I knew she was going to do that. Go ahead, take this back. So let me say this. What she didn't say, you guys. Imagine when you're driving down the street, you see old furniture sitting around in the alley on the block. She takes that furniture, breaks it down, help young girls, young ladies who've been traumatized, raped, abused, break that furniture down. Every piece they take out is trauma, been through this. Every staple is pain. So you get rid of this pain. As you take the staples out, then you go to the fabric store that has zillions of all type of patterns, colors, and them young girls get to pick the new them. Red, flamboyant, pale pink, whatever you want the new you to be, then they sew it back on there. They rebuilt something you threw away, saw it as trash. And then you went and rebirthed it. And then we auction it off and they get to keep part of the money. So she wasn't gonna say that, so I heard say.
Because that wasn't the question. But that's what I do. Thank you, hubby.
All right, so we got this, ma'am, and then let me say this real quick on the males who may be joining us. So, like, I feel bad speaking, but we got to run the show to a certain extent. But just so you guys know, the males have no say. So I already told brother, we have no say so in this meeting. It's y'all meeting. Our role is support. You with me, brother? We support. We our support system. So, Queen, if you don't mind, your name, zip code, what you want to see happen before you leave this earth.
Hello, you all today.
Excellent.
My name is Miss Rachel Wilborn. My zip code is 46408. Although that is my zip code now, I did come up on the east side of Gary. 46407. Okay, so I would like to see growth. I can remember when I was a child, how there were not a lot of things to do for me as being a youth at that time. I remember the downtown looking a lot like it's looking now. I remember it not being a lot of things again for the youth. When I was really, really young, they had the skating rink over there and then they took that out. I remember not having a theater from here all the way out to Miller. Gary is a fairly large city, so when I look back and I see how downtrodden and oppressed the city was then and how it is now, that's pretty bad in my perspective. Now, by me being older, having a little bit more knowledge, now I know that by Gary being prime real estate, in the location that it is in,
Come on,
there's no way this city should be in the spot that it's in.
come on.
So what that's telling me that there's people in certain areas that are oppressing the city. There are gatekeepers and there are people not allowing information to get out that's gonna help the people. It makes no sense that I live in Gary, many people live in Gary, and the people outside of Gary know what's going on better inside of Gary than the people that stay in it. That's really pitiful.
So Rachel,
So like I said, I want to see a change. I want to see a shift. I want to finally see people that live in Gary prosper in Gary and see the community grow.
excellent. And the good news with the breakouts, because I'm gonna go over the agenda here in a minute. We have Veronica Brooks. Veronica, you mind doing your introduction, your name, zip code, and what you want to see happen? And you probably need to say the state you're coming from.
Yes, I
along with
am.
the zip code.
Okay. Yes, I am Veronica Brooks and I am from San Antonio, Texas. I live in San Antonio, Texas. And what I actually like to see is actually the economic empowerment of building and creating wealth, in that I would like every community in my community to be millionaires for just to start off with, to get them in that area so we can pass down from generation to generation to generation. And that is like one of my goals to build up our community.
Excellent, excellent. And you're a book author as well.
Yes, I am actually a 3-time author. I wrote the book 90 Days to Start Gaining Wealth, and then Wealthy Life Skills, and then also The Warrior Within is my memoir of my entire life, which I'm planning to actually have a movie made from it.
Come on, that's right, that's right. Now Veronica's with us for an hour, so you will be a part of one of the breakouts. And so before you go, we want to make sure you get the phone number to stay connected with us. We've been joined by a new queen here. Queen, if you don't mind, your name, zip code, what you want to see happen before you leave this earth.
Oh, wow.
Yes, that's a heavy, it allows us into your soul. So go ahead. I'm gonna get you.
It's Faith Cornelius. My zip code is 60655. And what I would like to see happen before the end of this world is justice and equality for Black people.
Spoken well. All right, we got one of the kings in the house. King, if you don't mind, we just want to know how you got here, if you don't mind. I see the military veteran hat on. I'm a Navy guy, so go ahead.
My name is Michael Bantry. I was invited by a partner of mine to sit through a ladies' movement, which is always a pleasure. The zip code is 60438. And we have an office here in Gary, and it's right there on Grant Street. But my interest is to empower Black people. No offense to the ladies, but the men have been shut out quite often. It's like these young men, young boys and young brothers are not being cultivated as well as, because without the men, no offense, and the family structure is kind of broken up big time in our community. And it's just time for us as Black men
Stand up.
to step up to the plate and take the responsibility that we should have in the first place. And I just want to say that I want to represent Black men as well.
That wasn't scripted, y'all. He came and he spoke that. That's the support system. So, all right. So if you don't mind, we can just go to the left side of your brochure. I just want to go through the agenda here. So it's not the color copy, the black and white there. It say convention details there. So 10 o'clock, we end at 3. So the first, where everyone has it, we there? You there? The back page. Yeah, it say inaugural joint session here. So 10 to 10:45. So that's what we're doing now. Part of that is the introduction, so everyone can see each other, meet each other, all that good stuff. Then there's a breakout at 10:45. We have the other room here. So we can vote on who goes where, who moves and who stays, but one is for Gary and the suburbs and one is for Chicago and the rest of the country. So we can decide who gets what room, but we got the chairs to move over there. And what should happen in the Gary breakout, there's these 8 topics that we want to take away. And we need what God allows you guys to experience to be documented and captured. So for Gary, we gave you guys construction, racism, food, and law. Now, the law one, I know some Chicago people wanted that law one, but we're going to hear from everybody, but it's just which breakout is going to really hone in on it. But the takeaway when the breakout is over is a perspective based on you guys. all about what you guys, so the males have no say so in this. And if you need a trigger, the trigger for each one of those is, of course, construction is a male dominated industry. So what do you guys say about that? From a racism standpoint, we know what that is, but the food, there are certain poisons in the food, so we hope you guys will expound on that, how you see it. And then the laws, that's probably gonna be very easy for you, what's happening.
So we're gonna cover all 4 topics.
30 minutes for each one. Yeah, if you look at it, it's 2 hours. So if you do 30 minutes for each topic, that puts you right at the 2 hour mark there, 12:45.
Okay.
And then on the other side, the people who stay, who's from Chicago, or in this case, Sister Brooks, Veronica, that includes you, being from Texas. So the topics for you guys is women in business, women in accountability, women in safety, and then women in education. So the takeaway is with those 30 minutes for each one of them topics, that you guys are gonna come back with a perspective. And this is where the video comes in at, because there are women who's not here, who's gonna count on your experience and expertise and the way you see it. So those are the 8 topics, 30 minutes for each one, but it's split, so that gets us done in 2 hours. And at 1 o'clock, we come back, and that's when we're gonna have Dr. Vessel. She's gonna be on Zoom. She has a treasure trove of experience on mental health and faith. So she's a keynote or a guest speaker. Dr. Frazier on education and construction. And then at 2 o'clock, and that's when I reckon a lot of people are gonna come, is because of the keynote speaker. And y'all see who that is. So the people who are waiting, they're gonna be here, so it's probably gonna get a little crowded then. And Karen Freeman Wilson will speak and address a broader plethora of information. But you see, she's gonna be over at 2:30, because the final takeaway, you guys, is a vote from you guys on where do we want to take Black women next year. So it starts today and tomorrow, next year. And let me tell you what happened last year for 2023. The women said they voted on all the subjects, and the takeaway was women in innovation. So that was the theme for the whole year. So that means every convention after that, we're looking at women in innovation, firefighters, women in innovation, poetry. So whatever you guys decide, that's what will be applied for the whole year until next year. That's it. What do you guys think? Make sense?
I think it's excellent, but I would like to invite this brother to be in our session for construction, since I don't know about all women, but and I don't ever want to be totally male or
Exclusive.
female. We need that balance always. And even now.
I mean, y'all call, so it's
Okay.
And then the other piece is if you have to leave because and we don't have your info, I see we got the sign-in sheet, so we'll make sure that you get this on video too. So if you got to leave early, that's fine. My wife is gonna bring food at lunchtime, so during that, you see that 15-minute window, 12:45 to 1, that'll be the food time. So you guys, please eat this now, and then the regular food will come in, snacks, between 12:45 and 1. So Shanita is gonna be one of our leads, and so she's gonna, between Martina and Shanita and my wife is gonna be in and out. They're gonna lead these breakouts, and then I'm just gonna be videoing.
Okay.
Cool beans.
Cool beans.
Now, I had this for the people from out of town, but I do think everyone in Gary should have it too. It's only 10 of them, but this here is the welcome guide to Gary, Indiana. And just imagine what Gary looks like when this is commonplace. And what this tells them the Black businesses in Gary, tells them if you come out of town, where you can get print services from, things of that nature. So this is a vision to really get in every business, so that way the people got some head start. The last thing I'm gonna talk about is real estate. How much time we got? Oh, 8 minutes, that's good. So Gary, Indiana has the most affordable real estate in the whole Midwest, if not the country. I think West Virginia has the cheapest, but it's nothing there. So Gary, proximity to the 3rd largest city in America, makes it a gold mine. And we're seeing other ethnic groups recognize that, and they're coming fast. And it's a whirlwind right now with people buying up real estate here in Gary. Given what our ancestors went through here, I personally think it should stay with us. We fought for this, so to lose it to people who have a little bit more money, to me, is not
It's hard.
appropriate. Very.
Mhm.
And that's the nice way of saying it.
Mhm.
But the bottom line is, the reason for these conventions, every single weekend, is only 4 weekends without a convention, is to give us a reason to all over this country come and make this city vibrant. No matter if you're a firefighter, teacher, it's a convention for you. Y'all saw that there. So we hope that people will help make this a vibrant city. There's a business format that we have to help make sure that you can be part owner of this real estate concept that will allow you to be just one of 5 people that's part of a different LLC. And there's a bunch of LLCs that do joint ventures together to help each other buy up, fix up, sale, rent, lease, Airbnb, real estate. So, any thoughts on that before we got 6 more minutes before we break out?
I think it's an excellent idea. We have to take advantage. Right now, it's more than disheartening. It really bothers me that after all these years of being in Gary and people living beside this property and allowing it, the structures to go down, and I don't want that, and I can't see no value in it. And now people from all over the world are here snatching up this property like crazy. And we still complaining. Let's do something.
Teamwork, that's what it called. The teamwork we have, Marjorie.
And we didn't introduce this sister here. This here is the founder of the convention piece because she owns the Grant Theater. So she'll introduce herself. I want to tell you about it real quick. So in 2015,
We need to.
Leave it alone.
in 2015, when we came to Gary, this lady opened up her doors at the Grant Theater on 39th Street. And Grant for us to do all the conventions there, all of them. Beautiful. With no charge. Beautiful. We gonna pay her anyway, even if she wanted. But the point is, she believed in the vision that much, and with that anchor, we was able to, invite people no matter what, because we knew we can use the space. And we got work to do to make it where she wants it to be. She need help. She putting all her money into it, and we'll get that help so we can have it premiere, and then we can have those conventions there. And these would be our breakouts. So imagine Gary, where you got buses moving people from breakout to breakout, and then they end up at the end result. So who are you? What's your zip code? What you want to see? How do you deserve?
My zip code is 46408. I'm a 35th grant, the name of my program. Usually what I do there is everything. I mentor guys from jail. I teach them entrepreneurship, so they don't have to go in places to look for a job. So I make them have resume, walk them into jobs, help them from jail to real life, because we drop them off out of jail and we left them on the street, and we believe that, they spend their time or they serve their time, but they didn't, because coming back out on the street, you got 2 choices to make, right? You either go back into the system, or you build up and so like I said, I have a lot. Last night I was surprisingly, my son got shot, and
Last night?
no, he got shot 21. And so I had to close them for a bit because I needed to regroup, but I still do the guys then. And one of my guys that you all helped me with, I sent him to the military, so he went to the military, yes, and he came back. And so he came to my door and he said, I'm gonna help you. I said, for what? I'm just being me. So he helped me open up it last night. And he's 25 years old, went to the med. So what I'm doing is hard because these people have no money. And then I have to pay it off, right? So, but I have no regrets about it because we don't have back then in jail. That's the place we need to keep the black men from. That's the only way they have them. That's the only shoes they want them to wear.
Exactly, and the clothes.
Yeah.
Veronica wanted to speak. Veronica,
Yes.
Texas, go ahead. You still on mute?
Uh, did I wanna? I didn't say anything. I'm
Oh,
listening.
okay, Angela,
Okay.
go ahead, see, Angela.
Angela wanted to speak. Okay, sorry, Miss
And do
Angela.
your introduction, Angela.
Hi, I'm Angela, and I'm assigned with the zip code 60644. I grew up in 60624. So I'm listening to everyone, and I said, man, everyone wants to do something. And it kind of made me think like the young lady mentioned about she lived in Gary, and to see that people from the outside are coming into the community and taking over. And so then I thought, well, we have to look at ourselves. Well, what is it? I know this, but why am I not making it happen? Because I think it is doable. And the one thing to me that plays over and over is the mental state, not so much as mental crazy or mental issues, but why there's something that is it's almost like a force that's preventing us from doing things. If you look at our history, you know, the things that they did, it was the mental, the things that affected us mentally to keep us back, because physically they couldn't do it. So you see, like, it's always something psychological to hold us back, and it's the way that we think. And I said, real estate is somebody from another country. I'll give you an example. Goes into a community in Gary. I'm not familiar with Gary. The way the person that lives in Gary sees it, they see it, okay, let's say torn down, all this. I wouldn't want to live in here. I wouldn't want to buy. Person from the outside sees the same thing, but they see money. And the money, or I want to say numbers, are the driving force. So it's just a matter, I think, changing the way we see things. I get it, but there is
Yeah.
something that I cannot explain what holds us
Yeah.
back. It's
We,
something, you know what I'm saying?
we gonna do this, Angela, because we right at the breakout point, and you're not going away. You're gonna be on with us, right?
Yeah, I can't eat, so yeah. No, I'm joking.
Yeah. I say you a biscuit, but so because we only got this one Zoom link, I'm gonna bounce between rooms. So you as an audience will see both sides as we're debating and writing down what. So if we could, this is the point that we're gonna break. So Deborah, I think you're the only Chicago person that we have.
So is Cynthia and them still coming?
Oh, Chicago's two. Oh, good. So we got three. That's good. Okay, so it's gonna be an even break. So if y'all could, here's the takeaway. You got paper there, you got your pens there. And remember what the goal is. For Gary, you're gonna come back and tell us all things dealing with construction, racism, food, and the laws. 30 minutes for each one of those. You don't have to be that precise on the 30 minutes, but just know it. Yeah, it's the takeaway is y'all gonna come back and educate us on those four topics. And I'm gonna be in here with Chicago group for the most part on business, accountability, safety, and education. But yeah.
In reference to what, this is a broad topics.
Yep.
But in terms of Black empowerment.
Black women. So Black men gonna meet next month. So we want to get y'all unique perspective from a female. When the Black men meet, we're gonna come from unique perspective on the males on the same topics. Men in construction, race, you know what I mean? So everyone's speaking from their vantage point. So women, y'all see the sexism and stuff like that. So yeah, please take some with y'all. So Indiana go stay here. All right, Chicago, let's pack up. Rotate. All right.
Did everybody sign the sheet?
Yeah, I got it.
Make sure it takes
Oh, okay, fine.
So we don't go next. That's
Thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody has some.
Y'all still in the man?
Yeah.
Maybe you can split time and come over there to get them some insights. All right, now we'll give them the whole 2 hours. you know?
Like, if we need to send ourselves. Yeah, and we're good. You mean, is there anyone else? I know Cynthia and her sister was supposed to be coming.
That's all you got.
I'm more of a lunch, I'm not hungry until my lunchtime.
Did you watch it? Yeah, you.
That's my.
I'm gonna be over there.
Oh, my titty go bounce around. I ain't mad at you.
If I leave out this park and come back in, cause I wanna grab something from.
Yeah, there's a little,
Wood.
wood piece right here, you can just prop the door.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Yes,
right
I'll watch for you too, so you
Thank
go
you.
ahead. All right, you guys that's watching, this here is the point where we're gonna break out. You're gonna hear from both sides. So you're gonna hear from the Gary side here. You're gonna hear from the Chicago side as well. So I'm gonna go in and out. And what I would say, this is a beautiful space we have, you guys. Look at this space here. Look at that. We got Africa right there, you guys. This is the brother who put this together here. He is a black brother who's conscious and woke. Someone at the door? Did she get back in? So this is a beautiful space, and this is who we are, y'all. We're global. And so eventually we're going to be traveling to this continent right here. All right. So that's important, you guys. And look at it over here, same thing. This brother, he doing it. He's traveling all around the world. And he's a Navy guy, right, Mimi?
I think so.
Yeah. So, all right, so let's, it's just 3 of us in here.
Are you sitting here, sign?
No, that's for you. I'll put your coat on, man.
I saw the phone.
Okay.
When you, say.
I'm glad in.
Is this your phone?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think she was sitting here. What up?
No, let us sit there.
My phone in the room, so I brought it over. But I mean, I don't want to steal it once.
Go ahead, you here.
Thank you, baby.
There you go. All right, so. This is my party business phone. Usually have her own
Talk
family.
afterwards.
She's been for years. And,
So you see how this big this is?
yes, yes,
Let's
yes.
go.
So good morning again. And. What I do? So this is my first time doing this. To me first. Probably a better choice, but.
You got the.
So what we're talking about, women and that. Areas, oh, here we go. Yeah. And business, accountability, safety.
If you can just a little bit, just like 2 minutes again, just reintroduce yourself so we can kind of,
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
get a feel.
Wasn't there someone else?
Right, but I don't think outside of us, I don't know who else.
I think it's 3.
I did too.
Okay, well, that guy is from Chicago.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Construction.
Oh, okay. he's working on the other side too.
And he gonna come in here. Yeah, so Miss Faith, if you would like to start, just kind of introduce yourself, because back there we was like, what do we want to see before we leave the earth, or what are you doing?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay. So, my name is Faith Cornelius, and I was invited to this event by Miss Martina. So just excited to, soak in everything that's happening. I'm from Chicago. I love community. I love my people. I, do a lot of community service through not only my church, but mentorship with young girls, um, community service through my sorority. So I'm just really big on uplifting and empowering our people. So, I know since my parents, they have a church, I'm not super familiar with Gary, but my parents have been out here with their church. I think it's about 7 or 8 years now. The people here are so passionate just about the community and, what they want for the city. And so, I'm happy to be a part of that movement and helping and empowering the people. Doesn't matter where you are located, like we're all connected. So,
Awesome.
yeah.
All right, Miss Mitchell.
So, again, Martina Montgomery, I'm the proud owner of Steel City Staffing Employment Agency. I know this was a vision that God had given me, over 10 years ago. And I, fussed and argued and put on the brakes the whole nine until I finally said, okay. And I don't want to come off like I'm doing God a favor, but I had to stop resisting and just get with the program. So glad I did, because now it's perfect timing. What were you resisting? Just not listening and taking action.
yeah.
You got to be able to listen and then take action. And so once I accepted, I could wake up in the middle of my sleep. Oh, there's great information, and I'm writing it, and I'm writing, and I'm writing. I'm headed in the middle of the night to the bathroom, and this great idea comes in, and I got to write it down, write it down, write it. Yeah, so many notes and notebooks and it had to be God, because I was thinking things that didn't even come into my purview, And so, I got it done. I incorporated in 2019, and I can't really say it's been a struggle. I just have taken my time to make sure everything lines up. And now, here is on the cusp of greatness, job opportunities for Lord right here. Find out just yesterday. 2 minutes.
Deborah Pryor, Chicago, Illinois, 60629. And I am retired, but partly work still as a substitute. I'm involved in a variety of activity, organizations in my community. And some with senior groups, and I work with kids throughout. I've always worked with kids and young adults, and I love doing things to help my community. I'm gonna be going to my meeting today, though. The 16th Ward Community Meeting. I missed that, but this is, but thank you guys.
Miss Angela, would you like to say a little bit, just like a minute or so, about a little bit more about who you are?
I'm just an ordinary person in the community. I've always sort of envisioned myself in the past, bringing to the future. If I can be like Malcolm X, Medgar Evers, and I've read the book and saw the things that they went through and the things that they implemented. And you and Saran are doing an excellent job. You're not, how would you say it? nothing is stopping you from doing things. We give up sometimes when we don't reach a certain goal or obtain a certain thing. It's the passion. And I want that passion to keep me going, because in our history, when we look at it, when people have passion, nothing stops them. And I tell them, your gods, Gandhi, ever and all, and nothing stopped them from doing what they wanted to do to better the people. Even death did not stop them. And they were willing to do that. And it starts like a seed. But this here is like a seed, and I want to just be involved, you know. That's all I can say for now.
Awesome. Thank you, Angela. All right, Miss Veronica, just 1 minute, a little bit more about yourself. You good?
Miss Veronica might be frying that bacon.
Okay, that's all good. So we're gonna get started. And
Oh,
Miss,
I'm sorry. It was on mute,
okay,
on mute. I'm sorry. I
that's
was,
okay.
okay. A little bit more about myself. I am,
Just like 1 minute. Uh-huh.
okay, I'm retired from the federal government Department of Defense. I was in acquisition, awarding contracts from 10,000 to 500 million. The biggest one was 1.2 million, 1.2 billion.
Oh, wow.
And I am a business owner, Veronica Brooks LLC, a motivational speaker with my the one I call on the phone all the time is Les Brown, because he's actually been my mentor in that area.
Awesome. That is amazing. And then we have Mr. Reven over here. He is like an amazing spirit in Chicago. In Chicago. Just one thing about yourself. 1 minute.
Geraldine's son.
1 minute,
No.
less than a minute.
A serving community organizer, just trying to bring our people together so we can purge and do economic development and love and create some wealth for our people. Bless.
And I'm Jamaica. I'm the founder of Tina's Legacy, where we use upholstery for social and emotional healing. And I am also an upholsterer. So I have a business, Affirm My Design, where I work with residential and commercial properties in the Northwest Indiana and Chicagoland area. So yeah, that's what I do. And I am so excited. Oh, we have this queen over here. Can you introduce yourself?
Willow Simmons,
Yes, a little bit about yourself.
I'm the Director of Youth Family Community Renewal. It's a 501(c)(3) dealing with families and children.
Awesome. We are so
1989.
since 1989, we are so blessed to have you here.
Yes.
So, okay, Martina, we are going to allow you to take the wheel. And the first topic is business. And what we're talking about is women in business. And what does that look like? Do we need more? Do we not have enough? You know, how can we elevate women in business? What does that look like? You're on.
Okay. From my experience, women in business, not only do we need more of them, we need more women to really look at themselves and find their value. You can do this, right, Faith?
That's right.
You can do it. And unfortunately, we don't have a lot of role models, perhaps, in so many areas, but if it's really something you want to do, you should go for it. I think we look too much at what might happen as opposed to what can happen. And women need to not only be supportive of each other, but we need to create infrastructure of some kind where we can connect and support each other. I find in this community especially, there are a lot of people doing some wonderful things all over the city, but it's fragmented. Everything is fragmented and you can't survive like that. I would suggest maybe we find a,
Volunteering to take notes, maybe someone would present it back to the like a good note taker.
I'm not the best, but I'll take notes.
Okay. Do they know to take notes?
so
Excuse me.
we need some kind of connective structure. And I would say a community calendar. So when the Deltas are having something, it's right there with the whole community, everybody can pick and choose and that you guys, the Deltas are going to be here doing this, that, this time is someone else, everybody, the whole community gets a chance to see it. And participate.
What do you think would be women's barriers? There's probably women who would love to start their own business, but what do you think may be some of those barriers or some of the things that's preventing them or holding them back from or discouraging
Family.
Money,
money,
Courage,
courage?
courage to step up and
resources, like she mentioned, having people to ask,
Mhm.
mentorship, resources. Definitely takes courage first, right, to get over those fears. But then after that, okay, who can I talk to? Like, who can help me?
Yeah.
You know, and who can I trust, right, to help me get to my goals or my dreams? And sometimes people don't have examples or resources or people they can just pick up the phone and call and say, hey, can you help me? Can you give me some wisdom? And then money, planning, you know, correctly, it costs money. When I started my business, I thought I planned, but I didn't plan, right? So I could have done a much better job of saving and allocating money in case my business did not take off the way I thought it would. So just having the resources, the education, the knowledge to plan as best as you can, right? But all of those things.
And I said family first because we're just so ingrained in being mothers and caregivers and what have you. And that's our first priority. And you kind of hide your notes and keep your mouth shut, and you're not sure, and you're afraid to share your dreams and ideas with your family members, people closest to you. And oftentimes, family really don't want to see you come out of that position because that means they might lose you. Oh, if you're doing this, or you go into another meeting, you're doing this again, your eyes are not on me. And so that becomes a hard barrier to push through. So it's a lot of obstacles. That is definite one.
You have any thoughts? Mitch?
yes, I do. I agree with you. I've been wanting to do my cafe for some years now. And none of my family members will work with me. I only have one daughter, but she has come up with ideas that she wanted to do. Well, one thing I know for sure about her, she knows that she started something, I will back her up 100 times plus. And but I think that it is one of those things that they don't want to support you. They don't want you to come out of that position that you're in with them. It takes more than just me, because I know I can't do it by myself. It's where you cover sometimes. One running errands, or they're running errands.
Right.
But it's still something worthy. And I've been around to various places in the city, in my community, to ask for guidance, including downtown Chicago. So I have a lot of that, you know. I mean, I'm not wealthy or anything by far, but I'm just ready to jump out there now. And I think I'm just gonna.
Awesome.
I'm excited.
So, and I'm gonna say, unfortunately, when you start a business, it won't be your family and your closest friends to support you.
Yeah.
It'll be strangers to support you before they will. And then when you start growing up, then family and friends like, oh, what you been? But we can't be stagnant when people we love don't support us, because God will send good support.
Yeah, amen.
And Veronica, I know that you are a businesswoman. Would you like to chime in? if you have like anything to add to the conversation, we're open for that. You're on mute. Yeah, there you go.
I have to head out, but
Okay.
as far as I guess the business part of it as building, because this is the right thing to do to connect and meet together to build up as Black women. But that's the only thing I could really say, because it's on the right track, and I'm listening to everybody, and this is so good, and I'm like hanging on the last minute, and I know I got to run out the door to get out of here. But this connection right here is just, this is it right here, because training people, getting them in a place where they can just purchase stuff together, actually, because I've been in those type of areas where we have buying together. Black women only have bound together, and we raised, like, in less than 45 minutes, actually almost $4 million. So I know everything works to help everybody get into place where they need to get into that place. You are doing exactly what it takes. And this is really actually it. So that's all I have to say, but I'm sorry, I gotta run out the door. I was hanging on to the last second, but I gotta get out of here.
Thank you, Veronica.
We are so grateful for you from
Yes.
Texas and representing. Thank you so much.
Yes, I left my contact info in the, what is it, the chat.
The chat.
Okay.
We are.
Yes.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right. Okay. Bye-bye.
So Miss Angela made an amazing point back in the introduction, and she was saying that it's just something mentally ain't right. It ain't a crazy thing, but maybe it's a spiritual thing. You know what I'm saying? Like some type of, spiritual warfare or whatever that may be. So when we think about women and we think about growth and development and evolution and us, because we know that we can do it, because when Kamala was running and these black women, sororities and every businesswoman came together and in hours raised, I don't know how much money for her care. So like you said, or what's that Miss Veronica said, like, it can happen if we rally around something that emotionally structured.
What about a lot of women being in construction?
Yes.
It's coming.
So she,
Really starting to,
That's what me and my
Yeah.
partnership of construction, because that's the other part of it that I want to get into with the community.
with John, yeah, and Bill. Because when I'm saying to you, that was a child at TV Love talking about building, and I heard it. And only knowing that I said, wait a minute, she does things with her hands. So when I introduced her to the Indiana plan, which is to help you navigate and understand construction. I said, go see about. I'm like, okay, what you got? And I was like, well, just see what it is and see what you. And she came back. She said, I think I want to do that. And I was like, you do? I was like, okay. So she go to every meeting, so having more people mentor and say that this is a place to build, because she was a COVID.
oh, this is
22. She'll be 20. So when I said from 11, I heard her say, hey, I see the buildings, see the art. I'm like, okay. And to see later on, she actually is in the construction, is a carpenter. That's what
This
she
is amazing.
Yeah. So she's a carpenter. Jesus was a carpenter. So, I'm saying you're supposed to be builders because our father was.
Yes.
Our father was a builder, so building is already inside of us. No matter if we say we got it, we building businesses, we building art, we building dreams. So the construction component is the core, it's the foundation. That's construction.
Now, did y'all hit on women discrimination? Did y'all put that
We talked-
into it,
yes,
okay.
We talked about that. We talked.
Okay.
We talked about the laws and how laws are created to builders or breakers. And we have to start becoming the law. The new laws are sitting here and creating our order. We are the new disciples. This is around the table, we eat donuts and grapes. But we are doing God's work. When we show up and we say we identify, we see it, you have to call it out. In order to change anything, you have to call it out and put the truth on it.
Mhm.
And so once people can see through the art or through the
Yes.
theater, oh man, that looked like me, that sounds like me. So they identify with it. We are not promoting and talking about the food inequality. We're not. We see people in food lines every
day.
But they're giving us the foods that's not even
It's good for us. Yes.
So we stand around and have loads and loads of Cheetos
Uh-huh.
and Doritos,
Mhm.
but it's not the fruit and the vegetables that we need. So that's one of the goals for me, is to build the fruit of love, the vegetables of love, so we can understand how to make our plate. And how, yeah, we can still have soul in the soul food, but we don't have to take our souls and get it.
Yes.
And
Yes.
because the building block of health is us not having good health.
So Shanita, let me ask you, so it sounds like y'all covered two topics already.
We talked about construction, racism.
Y'all moving fast. So let me ask you, with construction, what's your message to everyone in the world? You know what I mean? Like, what's the one thing y'all walked away with under construction?
Right now, it's to understand construction. So that
From the building.
we are building.
We are builders, so we have to construct it right, or not, we gonna go down the drain and, so all of us in here are trying to get it to one point,
Yeah,
trying to construct.
and to invest in each other to
And
build
let's build.
construction. So everything around this is about.
Like you doing what you do.
Well, I
We
guess,
construction you,
that's right,
because
that's
we
right.
built with you.
Right.
So I have to build with her. I have to build with him, with her, or with her. We are a team,
Right.
so we
Right.
build everything together.
So if y'all look at, and the reason I'm asking that, because what the takeaway might be, let's say for women in photography, when the women meet, but no, that's the past. Let's go to one that's coming up. Women in police in July. Whatever y'all saying is the theme on women in construction, they're gonna hear that. And so
Yes.
what is their takeaway if it's a female police sitting here in July? And her sister is one that gets into
And one of the
carpentry or
things that-
bricklaying.
Okay,
One of
It's what y'all saying that go to her. Whatever y'all come up with, we gonna get that to that police officer.
She used her daughter as example.
Yeah.
Because she wanted to go to Paris when she was 11.
Mm.
And after they decided to let her go and visit these buildings and all that stuff, she came back to the United States, and she's now at 22 years old. That's why I asked you her age now. She's 22 years old and she's in building.
Excellent.
She's in
Okay,
construction.
okay, all
So that
right.
was perfect.
So that makes sense now. All right.
Yeah.
So y'all hear that? So when we put the context behind it, makes sense. Very good. I shut up. Very good. Y'all got it. But y'all see where we're going with it. Y'all doing this for all of this.
yeah,
What y'all saying is for all the rest of the
we
convention.
gotta get it.
Excellent. All
We
right.
got a
Things-
leader.
There we go. All right. Rock and roll. We rocking and rolling.
There is nothing that is impossible with the strength that we have, with the power that we have, our knowledge. We can do all things with God, right? So I don't think anything is impossible, regardless of how you grew up. If you decide that you want better, that you want more, then I think it's possible for you. And so I think just knowing we're in a better position than our ancestors ever were.
Come
You
on.
know, we have so much power, we have so much freedom, we have so much more freedom than they had. And I feel like my grandmas and all of the women that have gone before me, I feel like they look at me like, look at her, because she's doing things that we never even thought we could do. And we never even had the power to do. So yeah, it's all possible. And I feel like we have everything that we need to make it happen.
I asked that question because, sometimes we have to speak it and sometimes we have to remind ourselves
Every day,
every day because,
every day.
we're always attacked in so many different directions. So the fact that, and even that question we asked at the beginning, what do you want to see or accomplish before you leave this earth? Because we're always, sometimes we wake up in survival mode, right? And we get go, 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 go. And we don't think about the fact that one of these days we're not going to be here. Right. And I think Iana Van Zant says, like, you're born and then you have this dash in the middle and then you have like this end date. So the question is, how we're going to make this dash dance? That is her,
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
And that was just like so cool for me. It's like, how do you make that dash dance? What does that look like for you? And when we think about business, women in business, I'm just speaking for myself. Sometimes I think I went into it a little, and I think all of us do. We have this passion. We want to see this happen. And then sometimes we get into it and then we have to stop, be still, and then we have to go back because those are some steps we didn't take.
Probably optimistically delusional. That's
I was like, Lord Jesus, what am I doing? And what did I get myself into or whatever? So you have to, pause for a minute and kind of step back. It's like, oh, I have to have, like you said, the education, the program, all these things need to be in place before we even think about the whole generational wealth piece. But then for me, it's like the support that I need. Well, I have support from my family and things of that nature, but volunteers and things. I find myself working in my business opposed to building the business type of thing. And because of what I do is very creative, sometimes I feel myself not being as creative as I would love to be. So I ask myself, am I really making this dash dance? Am I really enjoying the process along the way? Right? So when we do that, like,
Now, if I could, you guys,
Mhm.
because I just made sure that they had an update on theirs. What did you guys update so far? What is the message you're gonna walk away with from the business standpoint so far? Like, did y'all summarize it yet?
I have 5 more minutes to summarize.
So at 11:30, y'all had a special guest. If y'all look there, so Dr. Ya is coming on. So at 11:30, we are gonna let her speak, and then you guys will get it back on the Chicago side. You guys will get it back at 12.
Okay, so what you trying to say, we need to wrap up?
Well, just you're gonna be.
Well, the conclusion for me is yes. Like Faith just said, all things are possible through God. And with that being said, I don't think we necessarily have to have all the answers. We just have the faith. Step out here and do it, because I'm telling you, I did not know.
And the faith to step out there and do
Step
it.
out there.
And I imagine you're gonna make mistakes. You both make
Oh, yeah.
mistakes. I mean, I think that's in the picture period. You have to
Yeah.
assume you were, and you look at things back in hindsight.
Mhm.
How was it? And then how do you move forward, I guess?
Move forward. But every day I pray and ask God to send me the right people, Lord. What is this? How, but then we can't get too far ahead of ourselves, And at one point it was the Martina thing. And I was kind of spinning. Then I had to stop and let go and let God direct my path. And I'm telling you, he's done some phenomenal things. He sent me some marvelous people. And I'm sure you one of them. And Willa over there. People show up when you really ask for guidance and ask God to help. People send people your way. So yes, we need to just step out there on faith and half cocked or whatever, as long as you got that spirit of wanting to do it.
So if we had a group of young women here today and we wanted to sum up what we talked about, what would be the message for them?
Go for it. Yeah, I was gonna say, follow your heart, step out on faith.
and watch the doors open for you.
Exactly. Go for it. And get you some old folks as mentors. Been there, done it.
Get you a mentor.
Yes, sure.
Or
Get a wise mentor, yes,
Mhm.
and do the work.
Now, if we could, on the back of your brochure, you see the other cities that we have? Those 20 cities on there. Okay, so while we had Texas on here and LA is getting on Olivia Tenson. Do anybody have any perspective from each of those jurisdictions? So like, your cousin in Birmingham, they're opening up a new plant, so there's new opportunities coming. They're gonna hire so many women. Or in Miami, you know about this. So we can get that out of you guys now, if you know anything happening in those cities from a Black women business perspective. Please share that with our audience. You see the cities?
And I think the foundation of this is, when we think about our business as women, not to limit ourselves just to our neck of the woods, just to our city, right? Do you see yourself in your business in Miami, Birmingham?
That's another way to look at it. There we go.
Business
Growth.
in Los Angeles,
Growth.
You know what I'm saying? When we think about growth and evolving, like, how can we start to build partnerships and build relationships with other Black women in these particular cities? What's your zip code again?
60655,
55.
Illinois, Chicago.
Okay, which city is connected? We're not in
She's
55, right?
you up north?
Southside Beverly.
Well, it's next to 4-3, so yeah, so Cleveland,
So
yeah.
Cleveland would be your sister city.
Mhm.
And then, you're 29.
Don't
so-
talk. Deborah, no.
Deborah, you know your city? Your sister city?
Nah, yeah.
I know, I put you on the spot.
That's some of y'all.
DC, you know that. She knows. Yeah.
You know anyone in Washington that's probably doing something that, similar to what you're doing, or if there's like any women that you can connect with, because that is your sister city, and connecting the dots. So not only are we want to build relationships with Gary in Chicago, but we want to build relationships with other women in these particular cities too. And how do we? You are in Bronzeville.
Can Joy speak, y'all?
Sure.
She just joined us. I'm blasting this out to a lot of people who are not here, so we got 4 minutes.
Hey, Joyce.
Good afternoon.
Joy.
Hey, Joy. Be quiet.
Did you want to say something? Well, can you introduce yourself and just say a little bit about yourself, because you're new to the Zoom right now.
Oh, yeah. I met Cyron at the for the first time at the National Black Block Club University meeting, and I was just happy that he was doing the work. Me and my dad always said that a lot of the same principles that we stand for and you stand for are very similar. I'm first and foremost. First and foremost, a poet, and that's how I was introduced to a lot of the organizers. And what else? I've always been an entrepreneur. I started with selling sunglasses on the beach. Yeah. When I was just fresh out of fresh out of high school. And yeah, I'm all for it. I'm with you in every way that I can be.
And she was
Be quiet.
awesome. So were you able to hear a little of the conversation? I know that you are an entrepreneur. And then you are a young entrepreneur. Would you like to share a little bit about your journey, your entrepreneur journey, and if you have like any Well, let's just start right there. If you would like to share a little bit about your journey, some of your ins and outs when it comes to becoming an entrepreneur.
Oh, well, yeah, I was an entrepreneur, before it was even the cool thing to be. So, I would go out and when my dad showed me where to get the wholesale merchandise from, I said, "Well, can I do this?" He said, "Yeah." So when I would go out, I would just go to where the crowds were, to the festivals and the beaches where people just hung around, and I would just walk
What is
around.
your business? I am so sorry. I did not ask.
Oh, I did mention that I sell sunglasses,
Okay.
but I'm working on getting my own brand, but I haven't been working on it as much as I should. But yeah, right now it's just made in China,
Tell them
whatever.
how much you made selling the glasses.
Typically my year would be maybe like 60,000, and I would only be in the summer. But I really I realized I would buy them for $2.50 and sell them for 10. Hey, Reason. And I didn't have to work. Went to school. I was in college, and I would do that for the summer, and that would help me and my kids get through the year. And it was a real big help because I was making cash under the table, so I was still getting my income.
Uh-oh.
I was still.
We didn't.
Joking.
But yeah, so I developed a love for people, for Black people specifically, because the white folks weren't bad for me, and none of the other cultures were bad for me, not just white, not Indian, not Mexican, but I was just like, wow, we do like to spend money, so.
So Black women is the number one consumers in the world. We spend more money than 1.3 trillion. So we be spending money.
Yes. And I just felt so unstoppable. I didn't see any reason to go and work anywhere because I was like, this is it. But then I was introduced to people who said, you can do this on a higher scale. You can train people, you can have teams in different areas. And I was just so busy trying to do it on my own that I never really grasped that until later. And so that's where I am now. I finally, and then I also kind of had the crazy idea that why would they let me train them when they can just go and get it? I didn't have a business license. I just went down there and got long as I bought 24 or more, I was getting wholesale price, So I was like, they could do this too, but I didn't realize, people not going to really do that,
Awesome.
Mhm.
So the thing about that, even if Black women just being with ourselves alone, right, we will be like, is Dr. Ya on right now? Dr. Ya?
The participants are Angela, Brittany, and Rady, and somebody with no name.
Yeah.
Get radio too.
Miss Radio, would you like to share? We haven't heard from you just yet. No? You're good?
She's going, yeah.
Okay. Awesome. So while we wait, Miss Martina, we can go to the next topic.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was trying to unmute myself. I
Okay.
do have something to share.
Awesome.
Anything that will motivate young people, I'm glad to hear you all say that, you want to share with young people because I am an inventor. I have a U.S. patent. I've been an entrepreneur all my life, just most of my life, I will say that. I semi-retired at 30 being a real estate broker and investor in real estate. So I worked my young years and then I semi-retired and I sold real estate as well. But I've come up with a patent and I have a US patent on a product. It is a multiple cell phone and small electronic device holder that can be worn 5 different ways. And I encourage our people to, if you have an idea, to pursue it. Do a soft search, see if it's something out there like what you have an idea for, because invention is the mother of necessity. I invented my product because I've always had 2 cell phones, and trying to keep up with 2 cell phones had been a headache. And so that's how I came up with the idea. So I just encourage people through this journey. I have met so many people that have told me, oh, I have an idea, but I don't know how to get started. And they've had this idea in their head for 20 and 30 years. They say some of the best inventions are in the graveyard because people don't move on them. And I understand because so much has been taken away from us. But there are ways to get through this. As I said, doing a soft search is the beginning, and then finding a good patent attorney is second. I did take the route of using one of those companies, but that's all they're good for. And the reason I said that is because they were able to finance the patent process for me, and which made me have to pay smaller payments as opposed to putting out a big lump sum. So it did help, but beyond that, they don't do anything. I do want to say that. But to help get the process started, that does help. And I have taken the long journey, but with all the knowledge that I know now, I am hoping that I can do a YouTube page and help our people take a shorter journey that will cost them less money. So that's
Now,
my
that would be so amazing. It looked like Dr. Ya arrived. Do I see you?
Yes, you do. Can you hear me?
Hey, sis, how are you?
Good. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good.
All right, you are on.
Wonderful. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Hello.
Oh.
More to your point, Miss Roddy. Is it Rady or Roddy?
It's Rady.
Okay, Miss Rady. I have a note in my phone that I wrote, and it's titled Stolen Inventions, because I had the idea and I did not pursue it. And it's for it's Uber, it's an alarm for a remote, your remote. It's Squatty Potty, and it's a self-ringing shopping cart. All of those I had thought of when I was in college, and I never pursued it. And I watch them come on TV. I've been tortured by seeing them come to life.
I understand this was not my first invention either, and I watched my first invention come to life on TV. That's why I didn't snooze on this one.
Which one was it?
It was the shoe box that goes under your bed to store shoes, because I'm a shoeaholic.
Oh,
And
yeah.
plastic thing you could put your shoes in so they wouldn't get all the dust, and slide it up under your bed for space saving needs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, if we could, let me properly introduce Dr. Ya so you guys know who you're listening to. Dr. Ya Simpson is a Black epidemiologist. Don't ask me to spell that. It's EPID something. All right. And so when Dr. Ya speaks, we want to hear from that skill set, because she is in a unique position in the city of Chicago. And so, we're going to be gifted with her perspective. And I sent her the questions that's similar to, where do you see Black women headed in health? Where do you see the barriers to getting into the field? So she's going to take it from there, but I just want you guys to know who she is. All right, Dr. Ya, you got it.
All right. Well, thank you so much. First of all, giving praise to that which created the sun, created me, created you, created we. So we start off on science, honey. But and I also always want to just give my shout out to my General Cyron, Smith, that he is my general. He is truly a leader in the community. And anytime he asks me to do something, my biggest point is when and where. Because I want to make sure that I'm in right order to serve our people. So he wanted me to talk about, first of all, what it is that I do as a community epidemiologist. Again, my name being, I tell everybody, we call my sister Ya, and I'm your favorite community epidemiologist. And if I'm not, I soon will be. The reason I say that is because how many epidemiologists do you meet every day? More importantly, how many of you really know what we do? Some people have heard of our names or have heard these titles that are used in public health. It's one of the, it's the science portion of public health. We are the ones that study infectious diseases and communicable diseases and surveillance. We're the ones that tell you what the disease is, how you get it, hopefully how to protect you from getting it. That's what we prefer. But more importantly, treatment if necessary, and unfortunately, deaths. And that's the part that we don't like, but that is a part of what we do. So in other words, I give you the trend analysis of anything such as like a COVID or HIV or hepatitis, STIs. Those are all the ones that I actually work on right now or have in the past. I've been an epidemiologist with the Chicago Department of Public Health for well over 20 plus years, and I'm only 21. No, 21 times 2, honey. But anyway, the point being is that I have been in the field of public health all of my adult life, if you want to say. And as an epidemiologist, what I was really studying and doing is writing up research that helps us to understand, you know, how are we dealing with our life and living. So for me, what's at the real crux of public health? I'll tell you, it's life expectancy. That is the one variable that no matter where you go on this planet, if there is a health department in that area, you can go to Myanmar. You can name me a place that is remote, and if there's a health department there, they're measuring life expectancy, because that is the only variable that we have that is across the globe. People don't know that, but that's what we do. So with that understanding, that's part of where I come into play, because I have, and I wrote a book about it for Blacks, the state of health for Blacks. It's actually a free PDF. If you want it, I can send you the link. You can download it. It's free because it came from the health department. So unfortunately, I don't get no royalties or no pay, but I get my pay in other ways, put it that way. But the point of it being is that I wrote that book with my, 5 other Black women, or excuse me, 4, it was 5 of us in total. But the concept of it that I put to them, because I selected each one of them to work on a piece of it. So somebody worked on chronic disease, somebody worked on smoking cessation, somebody worked on, each one had a piece, but I had to coalesce it together, because what was our major point? Life expectancy. How long do you live? Now that's a variable within public health that we use. We got a little couple of calculations for it, but basically how long is your life as compared to someone who would live to about an average of 85 years old. If you don't make it to 85, that means your life expectancy is lower, correct? So for Black people in the city of Chicago, Black people's life expectancy is about 69 years old. But guess what white people's life expectancy is? 71.
Is that male and female, or that's just?
Okay, so it gets worse when it gets to male and female. So actually, when you do look at Black women's life expectancy, our life expectancy is a little higher. It is in the 70s. But when you look at Black males' life expectancy, it's 69. So why did you hear me make such a difference in the number? Because when you add them together and do the average, it comes out to the 69. The Black men's life expectancy is so much lower than everybody else, it pulls the life expectancy down for Blacks total. You understand? So that is why we have this push around life expectancy. I hear an echo from someone, but life expectancy overall. Now, again, yes, Black women do live longer, absolutely. But who we living longer with?
Right.
Not our Black men. So I do a total. I do the total for Blacks as compared to non-Blacks. In the book that I put together, we are the only epidemiological profile that only compares us to us. We compare ourselves to blacks to non-black Chicagoans. We're the only ones that I was the only one that made that a reference point. The reference point is always who is the standard. So what I did was change the standard for how it is that we perceive and give insight. If you want to say, how is it the lens that you look at public health? I only looked at it from the lens of Black people. That had never happened. And I will be honest to tell you, I don't think they all knew what exactly I was doing. They had never seen a reference points to Black, but we were able to sneak it in, if you will, and get it out and get it published. And people, they haven't did another one since. In fact, they were supposed to do one for the Latino community, which I was actually pushing, and they could not get it together, and they haven't gotten together. So far, I'm the only epidemiological profile book, a data book at the health department in 200 years of its existence that has a book like this. Nobody else has been able to replicate it. And they're not going to, because the will isn't there. So what is my next project? Actually, my next project, I have several, but the one that I would like to focus on here is about Black men. So your point about, why is the Black men's life expectancy so low, much lower, like 69, overall, like I said, is 71, about that. And everybody's life expectancy has gone down in the city of Chicago since COVID. Everybody's, including whites. I mean, not totally, so they went from maybe 71.8 to 71.5. But Black people went from, as a whole, to 69.8 to almost just 68. So we even have even with everything alike, our life expectancy is still decreasing. And where is that really coming from? And to General Cyron's point, is actually coming from Black men. So my next, if you want to say project,
because the Black men is dragging
are dying earlier. Even now, they're still dying earlier. Their life expectancy is shorter. Even now. So it didn't get better. It got worse since COVID. In the last 3 years, it got worse. So when we were holding on to a 69.8, if you will, we're dropping down into 68. And we're like, where is this coming from? Black men, one of the highest driver of their life expectancy being truncated or shortened, violence, homicide. So they're dying. And who is that real group? So let me give you another statistic that a lot of people don't recognize. If a Black man makes it to the age of 65 and over, do you know that their life expectancy actually increases? It goes up to about 70, 75.
Attitude change.
So you gotta make it to 65. But for the Black men that don't make it, this is where they're dying off. And unfortunately, at the younger ages. So for us is, we're gonna say that 35 and under. Which you are probably not 100% surprised about that, because you know what's happening. And we know the younger men are engaging in a lot more, we use the term violence, but we're getting specific. So it's the gun violence, it's the however you take someone's life. So whatever weapon you use, you got them out of here. It's those types of things first. Now, that's not to say that they're not dying from other things such as HIV. They're also having some deaths that we don't always talk about, which are the chronic diseases. Black men did die from COVID, just like Black women did, so that actually both my cousins, sister-in-law and cousin, both of them were older women. They both died from COVID. So it did happen. But Black men still have what we call, I use this term, it's called social determinants of health. I know you've heard it and it's a buzzword, but the real concept of this is to explain it's multifactorial. It's not one magic thing that you can point to and say, hey, they're just dying from homicides. So if we fix homicides, they won't die. No, that's not it. But it's a part of it. So social determinants is chronic health problems. Social determinants are, and of course, chronic diseases being the diabetes, the strokes, the ones that are always around. The infectious diseases are the things like HIV and hepatitis. Those are the infectious, they're viral. And then we have to get into, unfortunately, like I told you, homicide. And then we just get into whatever outlier may be there because they're not making it to 65. And that's what we have to pinpoint. What interventions, what can we do to mitigate their deaths happening so early? If we can get them to 65, then we can get them living a longer. There's one other one I have to mention that they never talk about, but I will, and you won't find the statistics for it, but that is stress.
Yeah. Say that loud.
Stress.
We're the most stressed people on earth, so.
So not that stress isn't a human factor. Stress is very much human. It's all humans. I don't care what your color is. I don't care who you are, what you praise. Stress is a part of our life and living. But Black people dying from stress, I say they're dying from stress because of the connotation of what it takes to live. Is so much of a barrier. It's so much of a burden that many of the doctors, I'm sorry, I can't recall his name, but he used to be he was our Surgeon General as a Black man a couple of years ago, as a sister that is was now, but he was the one that really started pointing out that although we don't measure stress effectively, qualitatively or quantitatively for that matter, we don't measure it, but qualitatively speaking, stress was really having an impact on Black people living, specifically Black men. Now, Black women are stressed too for all host reasons. And of course, there's a part of us that we're not talking about because our babies aren't living. We're dying, having children, and our children are dying. Our babies are actually dying right at birth. So that's another Black male that died before they even got to be 0 years old. And then we have Black women dying from childbirth, which that part, I can't get into that today because it's a whole session, but it's bothering me because we was dropping babies in the field when we was picking cotton. How the is we not making it? And again, there's an unspoken element to our life and living, and the word I use for that is stress. So I'm not sure if that helps people to understand, but in public health, this is what we do to try to, I say, identify the problem, figure out some solutions, and then measure did our solutions work or not. And that is the concept in which I have to take on. What makes me different from anybody out here who use Google? Girl, I hear everybody, I can use Google and I can use this, that, and the third. I'm a researcher. I just be laughing at them. I'm like, yeah, that's cute. But real researcher, we use methodology. That's how I can tell if you're real or not. I'll understand your methodology because you have no hypothesis, you have no beginning, you have no methods, you have no concept of the message, you have no instruments that you measured it by, you didn't evaluate it, and then you didn't see what was the actual intervention and you didn't write it up. You're not a researcher. You're just talking. But that's fine.
Can we get questions out there so you can answer the questions? We only got 10 more minutes here.
Oh, okay. Brother Cyron, I can't see my question because I'm on my cell phone with it.
No, you answered all my questions to you.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about from us.
I got that.
Did you guys have any questions? I'm gonna shoot you a few.
Very helpful though and educational, but no questions.
Excellent.
I have one. This is Angela, and I like that she oh my God, am I still there?
Yes.
Okay. The topic of mental health. So
yes.
I noticed that when COVID hit, they were saying how depressed people were. They were isolations and all of that. And the narrative was put out there. And when we put out a narrative, a lot of people's like a magnet. We gravitate towards it. It didn't affect me because I remember when growing up, my grandparents, look, the family lived on a farm, no television, running water. They entertained themselves. And so COVID made it like you had to have the celebrities come on and do all of this. And people were stressing out because they said, we need to have someone. But my thing is, we have to, I get so jumbled with my words. The thing about we don't realize like loud noise, all the noise in our community, we've become accustomed to it. But when we take a vacation somewhere where it's real quiet and water, we notice how peaceful we get, how our
Right,
body
right,
vibrates.
right. I'm gonna just jump in with you right quick because of the timing, but I appreciate what you said. So mental health, somebody wanted to ask me about why that, that is a social determinant because that's a conglomerate word if you didn't notice. And let me just be honest with you, because this is what makes me different. It's not mental health, honey, it's mental illness. It's not mental wealth, it's mental depletion. So it is not really mental health, but what you're actually saying is what is the mental connection to our not being happy, not being filled, not being whole. So it's not really mental health. We don't have good mental health. What we have are coping skills. What we have is let's make it to the next day. What we have are survival skills. And to your point, when people are not in the mode of having to say, am I going to eat or move tomorrow? Am I going to be shot tomorrow? When they're more in nature and not just being, attacked, yes, you do better. Mentally, you must meditate. That's actually what I was doing this morning. We must turn it off. What you're speaking to is the point of being able to turn off that chatter, to turn off those distractions and go back to a homeostasis, which is called, in our language, it's called Hotep. That's another, you all hear about balance, Ma'at. I'm sure you all have heard these terms. This is our African ethos that we need to be practicing, by the way. You can't keep going to a system that wasn't built for you and asking for it to heal you. It will not. This system is not here to heal you. It is here to make a sick promise and a sick prophet. It is not about health and healing. That's why we have to take, the I and not look at illness and put in the we so we can do wellness. Actually, Malcolm X said that. So
all right,
we need to think about when we say mental health, again, I challenged it, but I understand why people are using it, and you're right. And thank you for the David Satcher. He was one of the ones that was talking about the Black men's stress. And the point that we make in mental health, if you will, again, I call it it's a mental challenge. That is where stress, and it's hard to measure. But what I will say is that thank God, I am so elated because if you'd have talked to me about this 10 years ago, this wasn't a conversation. They used to not talk anything about mental anguish, if you will, mental challenge, because that was considered for people who were, quote unquote, they would use words like retarded or less than, mentally astute, or they were slow. Well, we've been able to change the dynamics and address mental health as in stress. So I get past the name of it because, again, it's not mental health. But if I told you stress, everybody on this call was like, yeah, we know what that's like. It's not so much do you have it, it is what is it doing to your body.
So Dr. Yah, and I'm not sure Angela asked this or not, when you look at our Black women in comparison to the marriage rates and all that stuff, speak to your view on that. Because if the Black man dying, is that a part of the problem?
It is a part of a problem for family. We do need the male to procreate. That is very real. That's not just about race. That is about human beings on this planet. But again, what else is it? Is multi-factor, which is mean that Black women, it's not just about, and I get it, the marriage, the relationships, right? But there are all types of relationships. This could be your son. This can be, I'm going through with it with my brother. My brother's incarcerated right now. So, again, he's a man and it's stressing me out, but I'm the woman. But look, you see what I mean? Relationships. So although we want to talk about family and marriage, we ebb and flow when it comes to that. Unfortunately, you're in a system where they tell you get a husband and 2.5 children and it's the American dream. That is not the African dream, but we have different approaches to having relationships, and this is a harder conversation because don't nobody like talking about sharing, but you do it anyway. That's the fact. But I understand that we have these barriers and these sidebars where it has to look like the Christian marriage, and I'm not saying that it shouldn't. I'm saying that that's not how people live their lives. So the way we live our lives is dependent on how the relationships we have with men and women, no matter who they are, or, you know, whatever they want to say they are. The key becomes, how does that impact you? So if you're in a relationship, whether it's with your father, your uncle, your brother, or your husband, or your man on the side, and it's stressing you out negatively, then no, you don't have really good relationships with nobody else, because you can't have a good one with yourself.
That's deep.
And that's
All right,
really
give us
where
your
it
closing remarks,
starts.
Queen. No,
We
I appreciate
have
it.
to deal with ourselves first.
So how do you close, like, give us your closing, like, what's your statement to the people who's gonna watch this 6 months from now? What's your closing argument, if you will? You heard me, Dr. Young?
What I'd like to offer, and all praises due, is first and foremost, I just want to make sure that I communicate clearly that it's like love. You ain't got to see it, but you darn sure feel it, honey. It's like wanting to.
We lost you.
Nobody, Angela.
Angela cut off. All right, y'all. We
I
look
don't know
like
what that was about, but it cut off and it just
Okay,
came back
there we
on.
go.
But let me just this live real quickly. We must, all of us, but especially women, root women like myself, honey, we have to start in the spirit and then work our way out. Now, I'm not telling you to just stay there, because you know, if you don't do no work, don't nothing happen. So you have to also become active. You have to be what's inside, then see what's outside with your community, your family, because they help you to adjust to your craziness. Sometimes you don't have it on point, sometimes you do. And then you still have to go further than that into the world. You must service. When you're not servicing others, you really are not in balance. And I don't always mean, I'm not just talking about, I mean, get your coins. I mean, I don't want you to be poor. I'm talking about, how do you find balance in life? And balance is really what I am promoting. So we start with the spirit, we deal with what's outside, and we find a way to balance the two, because that is our life and living.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
All right, y'all. Thank you. We thank you, Dr. Yap. Feel free to hang on. It is recorded, the whole thing,
Thank
but
you.
we just want to
That was
switch over here.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Yeah. I need some balance. Send me some links to help with the balance. I do, for real.
All right. All right. So yeah, Dr. Yah, you heard Reading Fellows. He says salute to you. All right. So the ladies here have been joined by Deanna. So we got to put pressure on Deanna. Who are you, Deanna? What you want to see happen before you leave this earth, so our people would know who you are. Go ahead. You got the floor.
Right, my name is Deanna Robinson. I'm from Chicago.
What's zip code?
60628. I'm a teacher.
Yes.
What's school? Bennett. Bennett Somalia. For special ed. Okay. So my goal, my plan is like 2 or 3 years. I'm trying to open up a daycare for special ed and together, so they can grow together. But before I leave this earth, I really want to see no more violence. Our people to just come back together. And the neighbors come back together, our kids come back together, like we was when we was growing up. So that's what I would like to do. So, but yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful, excellent. All right, so we down. It's 12 o'clock now, so we're down to 30 more minutes. And so it's 2 topics we didn't cover that I don't think you guys covered, and that's safety and oh, y'all didn't hit accountability either? Woo! All right, so yeah, let's speed it up. Well, you can say that. So here's the takeaway, so the audience would know what we want to take away. Where are Black women going when it comes to holding people accountable from now until next year convention? And then we go move over to safety. And of course, I can put out there, Black women are the most exposed when it comes to not being safe. So what are y'all thoughts on that? And then the final one is education. So y'all want to get that going? My wife will be back. She had to leave, so she'll be back.
You said holding people accountable.
What does that look like?
Holding people like who? Like holding city officials accountable, holding like what
Yeah.
angle are we taking this from?
Perfect question. So, yeah, so if we could, since y'all had those 4 topics, let's do accountability within those. From a business standpoint, so that means these corporations, and I think we did target pretty well from an accountability standpoint, but is it any other businesses that you guys had to topic on accountability? Then safety wise, how many unsolved cases? I think the FBI says 37% of all missing people are Black women. So y'all thoughts on that? Because they need to be accountable, probably do more. And then the last accountability would be on education. Does that help, Queen?
Yes.
Okay, beautiful. We own. Let's
With
rock and roll.
accountability, I would love to, I'm from the 16th ward, and Stephanie Coleman is my alder person. I call her alderwoman sometimes, and it's okay to call me alderman too, but I feel comfortable enough with her that if we came up with something, I could ask her, you know, if she would support or say something in her meetings about certain things and pull more people, and even have a sign-up sheet for people who wanted to participate in activities with us on a particular project. So, you're not gonna keep everybody with you, but that's expected. Numbers do dwindle, but even if you get a few, that's a start, and we grow from there like the mustard seed. But, what do you guys think of it? You said something, pulling somebody else in. Yeah, you did.
Because I do think if, like what you just said with the political people though, leadership leads. Right? So what are you doing proactively? We recognize this is a problem. What are you doing on your own? Then I'm gonna come with my suggestions too. But don't just sit and not be leading because you're a leader. That's how I see accountability. Like if you're in a leadership position, I want to hear what the vision is, or you just comfortable just getting paid.
We have to show up. Like you said, we have to recognize what the issues are, and then we have to show up to hold them accountable. So if that means going to meetings or making phone calls, writing letters, we have to be willing to do that and sacrifice the time to do that to hold them accountable. So I think a part of it is holding ourselves accountable. And then, you know, we can say, well, look, I'm doing the work. What are you doing? You know, we elected you. So
I think that's y'all thing right there. I don't know y'all.
Talk to neighbors or talk to your neighbors. Make sure you talk to your neighbors about whatever's going on in your neighborhood or you know, if crime happening, when the crime is happening, just talk. Don't be scared to talk to anybody like the police, like you said, the police, the alderman.
I got state reps too. Yeah.
The mayor, the mayor's more important too. You know, superintendents.
No doubt.
Make sure. My thing is talking to the neighbors.
People
to have like block clubs. So in your neighborhood.
Yeah.
So this is what we trying to have. You want to have your kids to be safe out there. So they could. It's summertime for them to come around again. You want to have these kids to play in the neighborhood. They can play outdoors without worry about no shooting or stuff like that. Because at one time, I could be outside with my cousins. It'd be like 15 or 20 of us, and we could play safely out there. Now that they can't even do that now.
Reven being a male, ladies, can Reven speak?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Sir Reven, go ahead, Reven fellows.
In terms of accountability, Alderman, she is on head of the task force for women in violence, and the statistics show that in the last 20 years, Black women are 19% of the population have been getting murdered for 20 years without any voice.
Say that again, though.
In Chicago, they just did a special in terms of women. I think they got a young lady who did the special, and they met at Trinity Church for the town hall meeting. For the last 20 years, Black women have been killed, murdered, and kidnapped and trafficking. And they're 19% of the population of Chicago, and it's not been a big outcry. So last year, they, Alderman Coleman and some other women and Dr.
Praise you.
Karen Freeman Williams will be here shortly. They met to put together a task force to address it. And then Urban League gave them some money. So I think it's a good time to find out what's going on in that space. So you women come together, because we have some guys that are actually working on security and things like that. But at some point, the women have to get with the men for protection. It can't just be the women talking about how they gonna protect themselves. It's not gonna work out. So we want to bring that together, and I shared that, but it's a good idea for this body to talk to Alderman Coleman on where they are. And then Karen Freeman Williams will be here. She was part of that group, and we made it ask her when she come or where they are on that. So that's what I was saying.
But, okay, I understand what you're saying about mostly women should come to the man with the protection. But sometimes we come to the man, some of these men out here, they don't wanna, they just brush us off, like we.
Reason ain't gonna feed into that. I know Reason ain't gonna.
Disrespect your personal situation.
I'm just saying.
But
Okay.
I was instrumental with Dr. Gail Frazier and Sister Cheryl about 10 years ago, bringing 100 women and men together, and brought mostly men.
Okay.
And so I've been begging Black women to sit down with Black men that's ready to protect it, and they not. So so my side I've been chasing them down. I said, we got some Black men willing to kill for y'all, and we got some Black men on security. We just don't get airtime.
I get it.
And so you have a small group of brothers that's dealing in that space, but the larger picture, I put an olive branch out and say, hey, sisters, we want to join forces. And it has not gotten that level.
Okay.
And a lot of time, one last thing, outside of that, a lot of men don't show up because, like I said, women don't ask. They just think we just don't want to come. We just don't feel comfortable saying something because rejection is very powerful. Yes, that's right.
Uh-oh, now that's June 16th, man, when the men convention happens, so.
Question, because I know a lot of women groups, so I'm just curious, you said you haven't been successful getting women to support that movement, right? Where have you searched? Where do you go?
Purposely, I work with all women groups in Chicago, so at least 20.
At least
And I
20
took
women.
these 20 different, well, let's say 15 different women groups.
Okay.
So I also was invited by Karen Freeman Williams early to be the only Black male to speak on the panel to a group about 80 women.
Right.
So what I'm seeing is, that's why I always introduce myself as Geraldine Son. The pain of Black women is so deep that they hearing Black men, but they ain't listening.
Well, I guess, where do you think the hesitancy comes? Like, what do you need
I
from
think
us?
it's the pain.
No, but I'm saying, but what do you need from us? How can we support y'all?
I'm saying, it's the trauma that fathers and men and have inflicted on women. The women are so bruised and wounded. Cause I work 24 hours a day trying to wait on Black women and meet with them.
Yeah.
And so I'm saying, what I've discovered is the pain of just trying to listen to a man, whether it be their uncle, their boyfriend that hurt them, they can't even see that I'm trying to give them help. And so I'm not blaming, but they traumatized, so they really can't hear, I'm saying, we love you, want to come, and they're not receiving it until they get past that healing like we're doing today.
Okay, so when the next time you have something like that, I would love to be part of it.
Well, it took a lot of courage for even to say that in the midst of all females, so I'm glad y'all not eating them up. Any truth to what he's saying? Like, what do y'all think about that?
Oh yeah, that's absolutely true on my end. I can't even really hear you because all I see is the pain that you cause me.
That Reeves causing?
That men.
No, really, no, the man that hurt me in my life. So I can understand, I can resonate with women who are not receptive.
And so let me give you one more example. I work with 38 Black women. I work with Family Focus Lawndale, and I was the only man there from 0 to 60 with women every day.
Okay.
Loving on them, open up doors. And that's when I found out this trauma is deep. I'm their friend. I wasn't trying to go to bed with them. I'm opening doors. I'm saying, let me be a gentleman. And I can see that thing is so trauma to even a brother like me that's trying to help them 24 hours a day. It's hard to break through. And
So can I make a suggestion? Maybe you need to do a turnaround and perhaps approach men, get a group of men and talk to them about their visions and how they see things and present to them how you think Black women feel. Because I believe so many of us will work with you guys.
So what
But
happens?
don't talk at us, talk with them, with us.
Again, I've done it every which way but loose. That's why I say I'm Geraldine Son. So the point is, I'm 20 years with Mission Men Father Support Group, from 16 to 60, and we don't bash when we talk about how to become better men, better fathers, and uncles. So I've been a survey part of this, and I'm saying that I've tried every way with 60 women. I was trying to wait on them and trying to make sure, trying to balance out their energy, and they still couldn't get it. So I'm saying, we got brothers. So let me say this, I brought men to that meeting. It was about women being trafficked. And we put 6 brothers on the panel that were out there putting their life on the line, and women in trafficking. And after that meeting, they did not stay together with us when we said that we wanted to protect them. We went to the Church of Trinity. I stood up in the room and told aldermen and told all the women, I got a group of men that's ready to die for y'all. And I know how to put it in respect because I understand it. And to this day, they not calling back and not coming. So it's gonna be has to be some more healing. That's all.
The question someone has here says, how much trauma, wait, what did it say? How much is really trauma versus expectation? Ooh.
Again, you say expectation. Like Sister, y'all just made it plain. The Black man is waking up about to die every day, and we're killing each other. So not only are we killing each other, then we have a rejection from the society. It becomes really a burden on us. How do we lift ourselves up? Because we only feel as good as the women feel about us. And that's not me talking about women. That's just been my research. Being a man who worked with a lot of young girls and older women, it's the trauma that we have not dealt with for healing.
And let me say this, Reven, I didn't introduce Reven, but Reven is the walking encyclopedia. His brother's connected to any and everything. So when he speaks, he's coming from a vantage point of working with every department, echelon, he's that encyclopedia A to Z. So he got some insight, but it just exposes the gap that we got to bridge. That's the bottom line. And because we really is at 12, 13 now. So that's the accountability piece. Safety, y'all. Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead, finish your point.
I'm wondering if you have a specific location dealing with just specific options that topics that you want to deal with. Can people, you think more people will come there instead? Because see, we don't know where you are. We didn't know about it.
So
We're willing to work on something like that.
And I would say, not probably Oklahoma, Chicago, there's in Lawndale, Killer Ward, A-Town, L Block, Killer, East, West. I travel every day, and I worked 20 years on the West Side, 25 years. I grew up in Bronzeville. I grew up in Inglewood. I grew up in Auburn Brush. We moved every Friday. I think my mom was running from rent, but no, it's joking. See, I'm a brother that has been taking on a task like South the Block Club. Is how do I bring Black people together? And since I was a basketball player, I know I had to make 15 people and coaches and meet them where they are to make them follow me. So I'm trying different things with the sisters, the young girls I got with me, the older women, and that block of trauma that's hurting them. More loud in the sea, a Black man that's loving them. I'm not blaming, but I see it's a scar that's so deep.
Right, but that's why this is so important, because this is the bringing together. Y'all are together now. Yeah.
So we could be a part of it.
I got you.
You can stay if you want to. We recruit you. All right, so we got to get to safety. So Reven kind of touched on it. I told y'all the FBI numbers when it comes to missing women, but organ harvesting is an issue too, you guys. So when it comes to y'all safety, do you feel safe? What will it take for you to feel safe? What are your thoughts around that?
I've been blessed. I grew up with a lot of men who love me, my dad, my brothers. I've always felt safe.
Excellent.
However, it's a lot going on in this world, and we need to be able to protect ourselves.
Women or men protecting women? Okay, women
Because
protecting.
men are the ones attacking
Yes.
women. So we have to be in a position where we can protect ourselves. And so I'm a big proponent of taking a gun class, self-defense, doing whatever you have to do to protect yourself, because you're not gonna always have a man next to you that can protect you, that can fight for you. You just have to be aware. So, but also we live in a time where, based on what I'm seeing on social media, a lot of men feel like, well, that's your problem. Or people want to record you before they jump in and help. Or people are just afraid. They don't know. They're like, shoot, you could kill me. I don't know. So again, I think that goes back to community, like going back
There
to
we go. There we go.
what you mentioned when you
Yeah.
first sat down about, hey, I want to see us get back to how we used to be as Black people. We used to be family, we used to protect one another.
Right.
Now, the social media narrative is we're against each other, and we're not. You
Come
know,
on.
they're trying to put Black men and Black women against each other when we should be protecting each other and
Correct.
looking out for one another. So if we can get back to community, I think more women will feel safe.
That part.
But unfortunately, we don't have that and we don't. So
Right, like she said, because sometimes as women, as Black women, we are scared to walk down the street.
we can
We have to look over our shoulders every time. We
you
got
can't
to.
even reject, you can't even kindly reject somebody.
Right.
Because
That
men,
part.
not all men, we know, of course, not everybody, but everybody can't take rejection. And so because of that, they'll act out and get violent with you. People have died
Big time.
just from rejecting somebody. No, I'm not
Right, that's-
interested. So it's a lie.
And like I want to go back, think back on the sister, like if, let's say if you break up
I see you, Joe.
with a marriage or boyfriend, girlfriend, break
Mental
up,
illness.
Strangling.
they sit up there, that, here we go. You read it, next thing you read in the paper, you
Yeah.
hear that a woman got killed.
No.
Because what happened
Yep.
from a breakup,
Yep.
from a bitter divorce, a bitter breakup.
But
You know what I'm saying?
we got Joy on here. Joy, what's your point you wanted to make? And then we go, I'm gonna give a perspective on what Deanna just said. Joy, you got the floor.
Hey, another catalyst for that is, and I know we hear it all the time, but the images and the videos that are constantly pushed on Instagram, social media, everything. And now it's showing women get beat or hurt, or it's just showing women just not even worthy of any type of respect, just showing us in our the worst possible way we could be. But what happened was I saw in my little time I've been here, things went from help your sister, help your neighbor, don't do this to a woman, to let me mind my business. And that's
That's
a
the
big
part.
part of it. It's like, let me mind my business. I probably pull this man up off of her and she be back with him before the moon set.
That's part.
And that's bad, because now we hopeless. We don't feel like we have anyone to help, and we got people out here like Mr. Reven, who is just all about that. And since I met him about 12 years ago, he's done nothing but try to feed my entrepreneurship, show me where to go, show me how to get this, put me in tune with everything. And that's all he does.
How old are you?
42.
12 years since you was 30, y'all, when Reven first got started with it. Thank you.
Yeah. And he's been nothing but a good person. I even invited him I did a pitch competition for my business, and it was a cash prize. And they said, invite the most solid person you know that'll help you and And I called him and he said, me? And little did he know nobody was doing the work he was doing. So of course it was him. Yeah.
Martina, thank you.
For me, women's safety, it starts, like the gun and all that's a necessity, because I can't say it. I'm sorry.
You know we recorded.
But anyway, I forgot about that. But I think it's gonna have to start with our men stepping up and checking men that are out of order and letting them know, man, you can't talk to, because they used to protect us in that way. And then more importantly, we need a rites of passage of some kind.
Very good.
To teach men and women, when you become a man, when you become a woman, and what your role is as that individual and in our community.
Come on.
When I was growing up in Mississippi, we went through the church initiation. It was called the mourner's bench.
Who?
The mourner's bench. where when you become 12, at least you got it, and then you get baptized. But you go through a week or sometime a month-long process of hearing the word and being told certain values, what you can and cannot do as a young man, you this, as a young woman, you that. And then like my town was small enough for the whole community to participate. And it was really a big thing. So when the community find out you're on the mourners bench, they stop and say, I hear you on the mourners bench, you're the old child. Everybody's watching you to make sure your behavior is correct. I hated it, but I had no idea how it shaped and molded my life, my brothers and stuff. As young men coming into their own, you better not mistreat a woman, say anything crazy to a woman, your mom, whatever. Young ladies, you have a certain kind of behavior, dress, conversation, company, the whole nine. We don't have that anymore. Nope. And so whether you do it like that or a variation of it.
We don't need to tell them. This is just got to show them. Have to show them. And be the product of what we talked about today.
Yes, yeah.
It's not about, it's about art. And that's what the construction component is. It's telling us that we're building. And how do we get our kids at young ages to understand how to build? We're gonna take Legos. Say, hey, we're gonna play with these Legos. And start giving them the idea. As little girls, here goes some pink Legos. Pink, so they can see it and they can see themselves building something. And they're celebrated for building the house for Barbie. Not just saying, hey, I want to buy a Barbie house. No, I want to build a Barbie.
Yeah.
So that's part of how it's called sensory learning, right?
Yeah.
And we in school they give us book content, but as people, like women, we're bakers, builders, nurturers. So when we take all of these things, we make food, we make the laws of our houses. We the racism outside of what the society wants us to say is that it's so hard. I'm a single mother. I'm a this, I'm a that. But as long as you have God, but never ever alone. That hour, you've had a whole lot of triumph, tribulation. You're still standing.
Yes.
No matter how hard it got in the past, like, oh my God, I'm never gonna make this. You hit it out.
Yeah.
So that's what God is showing me. He's like, everything you went through before, make sure you're standing right now. It's like,
yeah,
that's testimony too. Can y'all give us a mic check or update real quick, because we only got 20 more minutes yet. Did y'all cover all 4 of y'all topics?
But can you hear me? I love the concept of the rites of passage. That is a solution-oriented construct. It is an African construct. It's a methodology, and we need more of it, because this is how you measure what your balance is. How do you know what's good or bad if nobody's not putting it out there to you? So the rites of passage provides it has an eldership component, it has the parents component, it has the child component, and more importantly, it has the community component, because at the end of it, like the sister said, you were celebrated that you went through something, you went through some teachings, and really it is to prepare you for how to be an adult, and it's also to prepare you for how to be an elder. Believe it or not, rites of passage teaches you how to even be an ancestor. So we have a methodology, but we're not using this structure that has been given to us, because we have now defaulted to another acculturation. This is why we have to bring our own culture back, and this is why we just work.
Booyah, that point. All right, so
I wanted to say something. I'm sorry. Can I say something? Okay, I just want to say, I'm really glad I'm on here with you ladies, and I want to say this as well. I am a person, I'm going to say it, I'm a concealed carry person. So self-protecting ourselves to me is something that, all women and men should be able to do. Other races do it. I think we should be able to do it too. And then I also want to say, I totally agree with everything going back to the way it was, where it took the village to raise the children. And I hate that a couple of generations up under me stopped that, because they didn't want people telling their kids what to do. And that's some of the issues that are going on out here right now, is that you cannot say anything to people's kids, and you may see young people doing something wrong, but you're scared to say anything to them or give them some advice because of the attitude and their parents telling them that's not your mama. They don't tell you what to do. So I think also that these young ladies need to know, and these young men, it's more to just having birthing a child. It's more to just conceiving a child. You have to make sacrifices once you bring these kids into this world. The sacrifice of taking these kids to church, the sacrifice of making sure they get to school on time, the sacrifice of helping them with their homework. And if you can't help them with their homework, you need to find some avenues that can help them with their homework. And I think those are the things that we need to do now, because we're talking about several generations of young people that did not get what we got. The people that are on this call and know the meaning of group and community building and community knowledge.
Real talk. Appreciate it. One of the things that she brought up as far as the sacrifice, we talked in the room about it being a priority. And not making, these things are the priority foundation that we're gonna build on to make our village, our community stronger, our households, our friendships, our relationships stronger. By not saying, it's an inconvenience, but it's the rites of passage for our community and our individual space. Is that we're gonna prioritize what is the new importance to help build a better life for us. So that's kind of what came out of this when we talked about the different things we're looking at food in a different content as well as what we eat and what we say. So the food for thought, the food for talk, all those things manifest because God said if you speak, it becomes so. So even if you eat it, it becomes so. You are what you eat and you are what you speak. Those are the.
We got Dr. Carter should be on for the food piece. She's a specialist. So I want to get her in there, and you guys will have 15 minutes after that because she has a 30-minute window. Dr. Carter, is that you? Are you on? I'm trying to see someone with an iPhone. I can't see. Dr. Carter, is that you on with the iPhone?
Is your brother
Okay.
upstairs?
No, Dr. Carter with the farm, Pembroke Farm. I think that's her, but not sure. But if that's you, Dr. Carter, just come back on. Other than that, I'm gonna give everyone an update on what the Gary unit been talking about. So Shanita, tell us what 4 topics did you guys have in this breakout?
We had food and we had law. Destruction, racism, food and law. And we kind of stacked it and we talked about it in a structure that, I'm a visual person, so I try to visualize things. And it's not an art piece, but we looked at the words, we looked at it and we started building on it. It's the laws that build racism around the food and the construction. So we have laws that can help us and build us, or we'll have laws that make us
Work against
us. So what we have kind of declared in this space is that this is the space where we're building laws that's gonna build us. And whatever else somebody has done, you have to have a counterbalance. You have to have something. If hey, when you're sick, take medicine, right? Or if you do this. That's what we create. We creating the answers, the solutions to what we already know.
What in particular, what did y'all come up with when it came to construction? We know we got Kay here who got the Grant Theater. Like, what did y'all come up with women when it deals with construction? Is it a sexist, male-dominated industry or not? Like, what did y'all come up with?
As far as we didn't really talk about it being sexist or whatever, we decided that
What? Y'all didn't?
No, because at the end of the day,
No? Okay.
what we're focusing on, we already know the fact. That's a fact we know. We're creating a solution to the antidote. If we kind of focus on what was and what is, we're building what is now. That's the present state of being an attack. So we know that my daughter, I gave, for example, at 10 years old, she talks about wanting to see buildings and to go to Paris. And 21 years old now, she's in construction and she's building. So you have to start listening to kids and exposing them. So that's the solution.
And what does she do now?
She is in the Indiana plan. She works right now, building up her, I guess you gotta have the layers to become a journeyman. And she's 22. She
in carpentry though, right? There we go.
She go to all the union meetings. She's the youngest thing there. She's Black. And she travels to you. I said, okay, you saw me go to the meeting. So she's like, I'm gonna meet where I'm at. So that is the example of what we are saying, be present where you can be present and let your voice, let your voice shine through. And that's kind of what we said. All these things we notice, but what is the solution behind what we notice? And what's the action? So I share with them that God had given me a vision, and it's called SLATE, SLATE. Success loves action taken every day.
One more time.
Success loves action taken every day. It's SLATE, the word SLATE, SLATE. And in that, we are looking at the what 1% can you do every day, or the one person you can touch every day. Because if you look at it in that spectrum, 365 days, you can have 1% and end up with 365% of a goal. And that's well above average.
Here's a question you guys have here from our online audience. They says, where did it go? Angela, you took your question down. Where'd it go?
I
Yeah,
don't
she took it.
remember what question, because I had several thoughts, and it's just that when you don't know your culture and know your past, we're repeating it. And so when I hear us, when we're talking, we're always using Caucasian as our benchmark. Okay, they're doing this and they're doing that. And it is a cultural difference. But we're using the benchmark of Caucasians. To me, is to measure ourselves in the standard. And so we just need to know our past. And it just keeps reminding me of what Malcolm X said: who taught you to hate yourself? Who taught you to hate your hair? And it's just subliminal that it did, and you didn't know it, you didn't realize it. And so I like it's a Dr. Ya, because when she speaks, it's like, I am who I am. I don't have to prove myself to anyone. You're going to know who I am. Oh, Black people are lazy. Black people. I don't feel like I have to prove anything. You'll know. You'll see it. But it's always like we got to prove ourselves to somebody. Only person you prove.
And we talked about that here. We said we are kings and queens. We were birthed from kings and queens. We have royalty inside of us. We didn't talk about any other race. We talked about the races that we come from, so that we can remind us that we were built for royalty. So that's why we like royalty things, because that's who we're built from. So the conversation in this room was about understanding the fabrics that we were built from, start standing in that fabric, standing in that truth, and start building the community that we want, instead of saying, hey, they coming in here, they coming in here, we are the thing.
But you did no victim. You're the proactive unit.
Absolutely, I agree.
And keep in mind, you guys, Mansa Musa, the richest man ever, right? Mansa Musa, it was a lot of history way before they gave us the history of all the negativity. That was the richest man ever, right? So we got to keep that in our spirit, where we come from, royalty.
Be able to say that we are this instead of some label that somebody else is like, don't call me. You have to call it out. When somebody says something, you have to be strong enough to call it out. But that's not me. That's not me. That's not our people. No, we're not gonna let you say that. That's the brave that you have to call out those spirits, because they try to attack and attach to you and attach to our race. And I called it out. It's no longer. It's a declaration. We have to declare and take ownership of our minds and our movement. That's the declaration.
Just to add to that, I remember I was in a situation where I felt like, since I didn't have a title, I was less than, right? And I remember God literally waking me up and like telling me in my ears, royal priesthood, you're a peculiar people. So every time you say royalty, I think about God saying, hey, you're a royal priesthood, you know, and I'm just like, if we could just remember what he said first.
Yeah, what he said first.
And what they say. Right, if we could just go back to the original.
It's just go back to, that's the word. Seek the first word.
Yeah.
And it will be the last word. You understand what I'm saying?
So that's why when you walk into a room, you always represent who you are.
And because God is showing up present. God is showing up present before we do. So in every room, that's why I said even this is anointed.
Yes.
Everybody who is on this call, we have been anointed and appointed to do something. So it's not just listening and talking. What is the action that is going to come from the conversation? So yes, we talked about all these things, but we activated something else. We declaring that the movement be moved. Because a lot of people break ground here, and I say that in here. You see them show up with their bags on and they suits on, they top hats, and they dig dirt and nothing been built.
And Gary,
Oh, you know.
we checking for clarity. So, so we have, we have 9 minutes before the breakout ends. And so you guys said you're comfortable with the 4 topics, but out of the 4, what we want to do, because this when the joint session comes back together and you guys online too, what will be the takeaway for all women in the nation? Out of your 4, their 4, we're gonna talk about it, and that's gonna be 1 out of the 8.
One of the things that.
Now, as long as y'all know, I'm just saying, just know, y'all gotta know that. Y'all gotta know, because when they come, they gonna come with theirs. One
The
topic,
major one. The major-
topic. Okay.
If you're building.
So you just disclosed it. They heard you now. Y'all heard that? What do y'all say?
That's because you're keeping up.
Yeah, yeah.
We are very.
This the live
Yeah.
part, so yeah.
Right now, as
Mhm.
far as if they're they knowing that we're doing something about building, something, building your starts with our mind. That's what we talk about.
Did Dr. Carter, did you get on? I can't see.
I made my.
That iPhone 2, I'm not sure who that is. Okay,
No generation.
so you guys, y'all have any questions for the Gary unit? Anybody? Okay, I'm gonna leave y'all for these few minutes here. Okay. Y'all got it there. Y'all got it. Y'all hear that? The joint session will be starting here in a minute.
So, yes. But my
He's doing the education.
They finished?
they should have more, they should
They
have more
finished?
buildings.
They still in it.
School for the boys and more girls get to it.
I think the only way you get more members.
Set that with that and check outside.
Well, we don't have enough men. Then, the principal's not willing to let strong black men come in. That's a resistance. A lot of principals, a majority of female principals are, if a man has influence over the girls, being respectful, they think to stay school and they mad at that brother. Like myself, since I can control it, it's like I got the principal authority. The teachers thinking they run the school and it's not their school. And they're going at, they're attacking that guy that's got the influence. So they just let you come in, some of them do, but all of them ain't trying to let no men come up there and trick their father.
So how do you think we can get the men in there? How do you think we can go around?
Well, when they do it, the LSC, the women had to say, we need men up in here. Because the LLC is local school council, and the women that's raising these boys without men, he said, we need some men to come up in the school and do something. Y'all not gonna keep these buddies from coming in here. We're gonna screen them background, but we not let these men come in this school, because without that alpha male, the discipline energy is on the chain.
That's it. That's how we did that at my school.
Yeah.
These kids are disrespectful to the women and the staff, because like you said, it's not that many male teachers. So they disrespect it, and then bad enough, we have a male principal, and they don't even acknowledge and respect him. So that's a big
Man don't need pants.
So let's do this, y'all. So it seems like y'all into y'all 4th subject. I just talked to the Gary unit, and they're ready with their number 1 out of 4. So they had construction, they had racism, they had food and laws.
And we
They
didn't
know
know
which
each other
one
was
they're going
on.
to be promoting broadly.
That's
And
so
out of you guys 4, someone got to mute. Out of you guys 4, y'all had business, accountability, safety, and education. And the goal, again, when we get back in joint session, is what is our national theme? So meaning out of what they say is number 1, which y'all say number 1, we all vote on what the number 1 is. Okay? So I just want to put that out there. But the men don't have a say-so in the race.
Let me have one more thing. Part of the, as Martin Luther King said, we gotta get the language right. Cats have kittens, goats have kids. We have children.
Children, right.
We gotta get that.
Right. What you calling them? Not what you calling them, man. Not what you calling them, man. That's teaching that. So with y'all education, what did y'all conclude on? Because I thought I interrupted y'all. Y'all was in the middle of. So education, Okay.
Dedication.
We need, not only just men, we need alpha males to show up again.
Yes.
That makes a world of difference. When I lived by myself all over the United States in my young days, even the that days. Second oldest brother said, Tina, I don't care who it is, what it is, you make sure you have a man come to you from time to time. Let a man show up.
Why? Why?
For the safety and protection.
Presence.
Presence. There we go.
And I was like, okay. And he would drive from Indiana up to Ohio, to Georgia, to Nevada, different places I've lived. And he always made sure he came to see about me. That's so important.
It doesn't matter, like our brother Reven said, alpha male, or y'all think it doesn't matter? As long as it's a male, it doesn't matter. Well, that's the alpha, right? So because you can have another type male and it might invite something. What do y'all think? I mean, no, I meant that. No, I meant what I said. I was asking the question. A male, she said strong male. We'll just say strong man, because you can have a male that can invite more problems.
Supposed to have a strong man when it comes down to doing a car shopping.
Come on.
They will give you anything.
Come on.
That's real tough. My husband's right there, but
strong black man right there. That's right.
Strong black man.
That's one of my issues though with having the strong black men, the alpha influential, however, it's CPS is not, they don't have a budget to pay these men who come in who are not qualified, so to speak, to come in. So some way, you know, I mean, they can come in as, they can't really come in as subs, can they? I mean,
No.
how can we get them
That's
in?
through a background check. So it has to be a after-school program that's subcontracted to work with them, because it's a lot of red tape. And realistically, the guys that's doing the violence interrupters, put 5 of them in the school, game over. The guys that's doing violence interrupters, put 5 of them, because they from the streets, they from the joint, they know they GD, they on the come. Dude, I know your granddad, stop.
That's right. That's right.
And then
that's
know,
revolutionary.
They understand who did that bit. I ain't been in jail. I ain't been in no gang, no drugs. I survived it, but I can't tell you nothing about no jail, but I can tell you how to stay.
But these children is not scared of that.
Yeah.
It's a more respect. I think it's the respect side more than the right.
See, you got strong gang, you got, I want to say street tribes. I don't want to say gangs.
That's right, street tribes.
You got, it's just like anything. I roll up. I used to do my classes. I got a guy named Randy. He did 11.5 years for a murder. I went to school, got 2 degrees. He walked up and said, listen, now y'all think Mr. Fellows is the nerd and the lame. He got 2 college degrees. He ain't been in jail and he's doing well. Now you locked up while the brother dating your girlfriend. You the lame because you in prison. So you ain't lying me because I went to jail and not him who's doing right. So he set the record straight. But they see in his eye that he who they think they want to be. And that's a different conversation when I'm talking and he talking.
Also, this.
We got 1 minute.
I also wish we could have a dialogue like we're having this. I heard what you said earlier. I couldn't believe it. Like, what?
What was that he said? What did he say? What did he say?
About how women don't trust because men have let them down, basically. And so we need a dialogue in our community to say, I'm sorry.
Come on, come on, come on. Africa did that. That's right.
Sit on both sides. Men try to be honorable and do the right thing, and the women cuss them out.
But it takes time to heal. It ain't overnight.
That's just from being so much.
Right, yeah, it takes time.
What makes it unique with me, I'm willing to take it on, full force. I got young girls that I help mentor like sister, and they slip up because of that history. But I don't mind doing it. That's why I say I'm Geraldine's son. So I'm taking that, trying to get the healing. No, I ain't on that. No, I ain't on that. No, you ain't gonna respect me. So we gotta have this dialogue so that we can say we're sorry, forgive one another.
Yeah.
Without that, we not gonna get there. It's gotta be that.
All right, y'all. So to our online audience, I just want y'all to know what's about to happen. For 15 minutes, we're gonna have downtime because 1 o'clock is when I guest speaker, but we're back in joint session. So we're gonna make our way back into the room. Dr. Vessel at 1 o'clock. Thank y'all for what y'all just did.
Okay, I'm gonna try to make it down there to where they are. They're on 21st Street. We're on 43rd. They're right off Broadway.
Somebody
So,
got to mute. Somebody got to mute.
oh,
Okay. All right, so now everyone's coming back in, you guys.
Yeah, well, we got to go before, and we do her the wrong way. Right, there you are, I love it. Can't wait to see you, can't wait to see you again.
Okay, you guys, I'll see y'all.
You're leaving?
The next.
Wait.
I have to go give the client.
Did you sign it? Where you sign it?
Okay.
Mark. Where you at?
You, every time we locked the door, we didn't want to twin that.
Personal.
Yeah, this one. Well, that's yours.
I should know you, she done.
That's 5 years.
Okay. Oh, yes.
Thank you.
So, I'm getting ready to go visit him. He's in a nursing home, so, and I'm just gonna try to encourage him. That first, I take it that he was trying to give up, so he has stopped eating and all of that. So I'm gonna go give him words.
Do they have him on this here?
No.
Remember what I told you, the physical.
Yes,
You have to, somebody down.
okay.
You have to be on somebody down.
She called me. That's why I said I'm just gonna go. I knew I was coming to this meeting, and I said I was coming.
Now you
to
have
this
to,
meeting.
you gave you some.
And I'm gonna go give him.
You can get here to get filled up, so you can give to them.
Okay.
This is for real.
Your husband said, hold on.
It's about connect with people. And they not alone.
Okay.
Michael Jackson gave us some little
Alright.
cues. You're not alone.
Fine,
Good for you.
fine. She's on her way, so.
All right, guys, I love y'all.
All right.
You too.
And don't forget to call me.
Cause I'm gonna call you every day. I'm gonna set up the check-in. So we can check in and say, okay, well, we activating this. Okay. 1% better.
Yeah.
1%,
365 days.
that's 365%.
Oh, 365%.
Cause so that means we overachievers.
That's right.
Nice.
That is, that means we're overachievers. I mean, that's.
Right, drive carefully, honey.
Okay.
All right.
So, matter of fact, let me put this on.
Yeah, but yeah, we have a lot to work on.
I needed you. Telling this morning, I was like, come on, God, I know. You know, he'll put me on.
Because people in Gary don't wanna hear me. They don't. I be fighting for my boss. Look at my boss. So I can't tell. When somebody tells me.
Especially when it comes to car.
They don't wanna hear.
That's what I was telling you. Ended up getting incarcerated because he stole my car. We don't get it, the car gets it, and the Gary prison, be in the prison. And then, going to be right out. I wrote for it.
Yes. One more step. Did it take it? Today. Yeah, walk. But yes. Yeah, purpose and and I think I'm gonna listen. Because if you do that, when not just one hang over the but baby, you don't need that. Your father got it. Yeah. Do you know how to kids get anything? Your father took care for you. No.
Yes, we know, no, yeah.
Yes.
So the mayor is slated to be here at 2. So we're gonna situate her up here to the front over here, you guys. And then I'm sure people are gonna have questions, so that's what we'll do at questions. and answers. Let's get the other unit in here.
Okay.
All right. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this for our audience that's still here with us. All right, you guys, so I'm gonna give y'all a little segment for the people who stayed on. First and foremost, thank y'all. This is recorded, so you will be able to watch this on YouTube after it's over. This is a beautiful setup. We love the space. Sister Martina let us use the space. The breakouts was good. You're gonna hear from the different groups. And just imagine, you guys, when we do this at the high level. So we in Gary, Indiana, 83% black place. 8 out of 10 people here black. Real estate most affordable in the Midwest. So imagine what happens when we work together, we coordinate together to where every single one of us own real estate here. Come on in, garbage. Yeah, we taking these garbage right here. When we help all our people get into this real estate so that they can leave something to their children and their great grandchildren. That's why these conventions in Gary is everything, because it's the reason to invest in Gary, Indiana. We need black investment. We got other ethnic groups moving into Gary. And this is what I would say about other ethnic groups moving to Gary. Can black people have a place? You got 8 states, 90% white states. This is just a city. Can we have a place in America that black people are loving each other, supporting each other, own the real estate, creating their jobs? We need a place. So I say that to all the other ethnic groups who are coming into Gary. That's why it's so important, because Gary is a small city, 57 square miles, but at the same time, it allows us to have a place we can point to as black people, that we can point to, that, hey, garbage is right here, that we can point to, that we control. And I think that's what's missing as a people. Yeah, thank you. That's what's missing as a people. We need that place we can point to. So these conventions every single weekend, that's what it's designed to do. Bring us based on what our skill set is together so that we can rock and roll, you guys. So we getting ready to have food. Angela, I know you said you want food. We'll see if we can save a sandwich to you or something. But so while we doing a joint session, you guys, if we can go around and everyone meet each other, because y'all, everyone don't know each other, but here, yeah, in the first joint session. Now, when the mayor gets here, she's gonna go here, just so y'all know. So we're moving the chairs. Well, I mean, this is what she'll speak from here, this way. So we'll move these 2 chairs.
Just gotta turn her chair back this way.
Yeah, those 2 right there. All right, Martina, let me interview you. Martina, you're the reason. I got you right here. You're the reason we're here. How you feel right now?
Static.
Hold on, let me turn the camera around. How you feeling, lady?
Static, my dreams are coming true.
Now,
And I have truly learned that when God decides to bless you, he don't bless you a little bit, the doors they haven't opened up. It's been happening for the last 2 months. 2 weeks, really. We're getting down to the nit and the gritty of it. And I'm just really happy to have all these wonderful people here, and hope we can continue from other cities in the countries, because it's time for us to step up. No more excuses. None.
booyah.
No more.
That's it.
excuses.
All right, Reven, you want to introduce yourself? Who are you? What you want to see happen before you leave this earth?
Yeah, Reven Fellows,
Geraldine's son, and Reuben Lee DNA. But I'm just honored to be a part of Block Club. I'm also co-founder of the National Black Agenda Consortium, Black Wall Street, Chicago, and the Black Nicholson Mile on 79th Street from Rainbow to Cicero, and working violence prevention. But what I like to see before I lead this urge is Black people purge to the village, the healthy village to raise a child, not just a village. The village is a little sick right now. We're working on a healthy village to raise a child. Peace.
Yeah.
All right, Queen, you want to go next? And again, you may have already done your introduction, but because it's a joint session, we want to get it out the way. So that was your good practice the first time. Look at that. Yeah, before you transition.
Okay, my name is Faith Cornelius. I'm owner of Maven Recruiting and Consulting. It is an executive search firm. And what I would like to see happen is for Black people to get their due justice and equality in this.
Excellent. Booyah. Next. Superstar K, let's rock and roll.
Mine is too much. I do too much, but my name is Kay Abraham. I'm the owner of the Grand Theater Community Center. And what I do is I mentor through art. So I change at least one life a year. I try to do more than that, but
She being modest, you guys. A lot of the brothers out the streets, and Reuben is here. So if you don't mind, like, I know you're being bashful, but she helps the guys from the streets, from the jail, big time. And got the Grand Theater over there to do it from. So yeah, she's very important. All right, cool. Shanita, let's rock and roll, Queen.
My name is Shanita Starks, better known as Truth. I have a podcast called Spark Truth Podcast, and I consider myself a youth life coach. And what I want to see from this world is to try to find out a way for us as a race to start having a millionaire mindset, that we are the millionaires within our families, and we can support each other and plant seeds within our own selves in order to build ourselves up. So I want to see us build our communities with ourselves, for ourselves, by ourselves, and take those pennies and put them into promises.
Oh yeah. All right, young lady. Who are you? What's your name? What you want to say happen before we leave this earth?
My name is Mariah Smith. And what I want to see before I leave this earth is us as a community, loving on each other and being there for each other.
What's your career path? What you want to be? What you gonna be when you grow up?
I'm gonna be a lot of things. An author. At one point I wanted to be a meteorologist, but I think I might change that. But just some stuff like that.
Unlimited.
Yeah.
Governor Deborah.
My name is Deborah Pryor. I'm retired, partly retired. And I do a number of activities with community in my community where I'm with organizations to help our community. But I want to say that with our breakout session, we came to terms of speaking highly about education and.
No, don't spill the beans yet. Yeah. This is your introduction, sir. Right, yeah. All right, Deanna, who are you?
Hi, my name is Deanna. I am a teacher. And in 2 years, I'm planning to open up a daycare with special needs and regular kids.
Oh yeah.
But what I would love to see before I leave this earth is I just want us to get back to like when I was little. Neighbors was looking out for kids and stuff like that. More that's loving on each other.
Oh yeah. All right, we have another male in the house. All right, Charles, who are you? Why are you here?
How you doing? I'm Governor Charles of Chicago, Illinois, 60628 Roseland area. Right now, I'm currently working in education for Chicago Public Schools. And what I would like to see happen before I leave this earth is us getting ourselves to a better economic, better social, just taking our rightful place on the world stage.
Oh yeah. Right, you guys. Excellent. That's everyone. All right, cool. So what's about to happen? The food is here. So now you guys get to get comfortable. Is the drinks here? Yeah, we got drinks too. So if y'all could, Dr. Vessel is gonna join us in 5 minutes. She's gonna take the stage and she has the keynote, or she has the guest speaker's role. The keynote is Karen Freeman. So please get the refreshments. Everyone knows each other now, and everyone online, feel free if you put in the chat if you have any questions, but we're about to get some food right now. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon.
All right, Dr. Vesser, we're gonna bring you on in 2 minutes, Dr. Vesser. Let us get situated. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, now she can hear you.
Hey, how you doing?
Uh-oh, this round sound too.
Can't wait to hear your message.
Amen.
Hey, can you see me and hear me now?
I can see you.
Okay, I can't see you. I'm on the other side of the camera.
Oh,
But I'm waiting.
he
You
told me
know,
to-
if it ain't no eating, ain't no meeting.
Just put my.
We're gonna go high tech on them, so I'm gonna look at you on the screen in just a minute. Thank you.
all right, all right. I was sitting there, I was like, "Give me my paper."
Real food though.
Say, side what?
Ron.
Family council in Chicago. on the west side.
Yeah.
Sure, it's founded by a black man.
Get that R in there, Ron.
No space.
It shouldn't be that many Cyrons. No, it's Cyron Smith. Oh, yeah. You getting soakers.
You can't speak, get into the people talking.
Oh, you went too high tech, Kate. We happy for this part. This part is good. Right here.
I need to switch, right? Take a mom.
So you get Cyron, it should pop up. It's one famous singer named Cy Smith.
Yeah.
Yep, and
Right here.
yeah, that should do it.
Here we go.
Nope. Don't put that Smith in there.
I got this space.
Yeah, space it. Yeah. Oh, you got it.
Help me, Holy Ghost.
We.
Almost there.
Y'all know some tires called Cyron. It's a tire company.
There's a box company called Fellows. It ain't my money though, but.
You got Tyrone.
You know, right? The other way. Right there.
The search.
Yeah. There you go.
Wow.
There you go.
But go to the first one there. All the way to the left with the picture, yeah. Then it should be live and then we can cue her in.
Is that signing again?
You have to sign in.
When you hit play and it wouldn't let you do it without playing? Yeah.
They can practice, make her
Mm-hmm.
better to try than not try, and have a big screen there and not even.
I wonder if it's gonna let you play any video, see if any video will play first before you go through all that, because they might make you sign in for any videos, which would be kind of crazy. Oh, no, go ahead. Yeah. And the goal, you guys, is not to take food back, so don't worry about that.
We're gonna help y'all. We wake up and we didn't eat this morning, so we can help y'all.
Liberty Mutual is all she talked about, since we stay 100, like building our home and auto insurance.
We know it plays. It's kind of loud too. Oh, okay. But yeah, but come out of that. We want to go to. Okay, no, I'm just. I don't want to hear all that. No, don't do all that. Just go. Just go ahead.
That's what I'm saying.
There we go. See live now? All right. There we go. Now we there. All right. Now, Reva, can you come up real quick? Reva, go introduce this lady. She is very important to Black people as a whole. So Reva, go take the floor. I'm gonna put the camera on Reva so you can tell us who is Dr. Vessel. Why we listening to Dr. Vessel?
Ready?
You Reva, come here to this one. It's gonna be a delay, y'all. I might have to walk back some. I'm gonna go out, but go ahead, Reva. Introduce her.
I have the pleasure of meeting my mother from another mother that I was blessed maybe 20-some years ago when I first started in Lawndale, at Family Focus Lawndale, I was a social worker. And I met Reverend Dr. Vessel, and she was with Mount Sinai, and we had an organization called Symphony of Services. And she was the leadership of over 200-something non-for-profits, where she got us all together. You know how that is when you get that many people in the room. So she had a symphony of service where she had us all on the same page, ruling with a mighty spiritual thumb to make us come together so we wasn't fighting over money. And then she went on to do a lot. She's also in the ministry. She has the only faith-based family counseling organization on the west side of Chicago. And it's founded by a Black man it's called I Am Able. So we've been friends for a long time. She's a very, very, very spiritual woman, deep into it, doing work in Africa and with schools. And I can go on and on for her legacy. But one thing I do know is that she loves Black people and love Black people. So I'm just honored to introduce Reverend Dr. Carolyn Vessel of I Am Able Family Care Center on the west side.
All right. Woo-hoo. All right, you guys. All right, Dr. Vessel, you have the floor.
All right. I want to mind my time. I have 30 minutes or 30 minutes.
Yep, you got it.
All right. I definitely respect time, and I appreciate all of you. And I thank God for the opportunity and my son for always promoting the God in me and the work that I've been entrusted with. I believe it's urgent that we give God a return on his investment. He made a major investment in us, and we have to realize that we are the progenitors in the earth. We are the firstborn of all nations. Everything starts Black and everything goes back Black. I'm sorry that the other folk don't get it yet. We are their parents, and the Bible says, children honor your parents. So they're gonna have to learn how to honor us one way or the other. So thankful to be the Black woman that I am, and to be unashamedly Black and solidly Christian. So we're gonna move through. I have PowerPoint to help make things easier for us to understand, because everybody does not learn by hearing only. Some of us learn by seeing, and up by experience, and some of us got all three of them down. So we can learn in any environment. But my hope is that I'll reach out and touch each other, that will be the kinetic component that begins to happen. These words flow from my mouth and this paper to your eyes and your ears, that you will be my hands and you will touch each other, because touch is important. We should have at least 8 hugs every day. 8 represents new beginnings. We get to begin again if we can get 8 healthy hugs every day. So I want you to put that on your agenda. So my topic today, to go along with what my understanding is of my assignment, is talk about how the Black woman is going to position herself for the future. And so what I'm calling this is minding your mentals. Wellness must stay on your mind. It must be mind. How am I going to be well with all of what is going on in the world? The only way that can happen is you got to stay out of the world. You got to stay in the mind of your creator. And if you stay in the mind of your creator, there are certain things that will not be able to impact you, even though it may be present. Because he says, when there's trouble, I'm a present help. Also, to be dealing with the faith. We're going to be dealing with our faith and why that is so important as we move along in this life, dealing with the various anomalies and things that impact our mental health and wellness. All right? So wellness must stay on your mind. The woman of African descent must get busy. We got to be busy, not in everybody else's business, but in our own business. It is high time for us to take care of our own business. Part of our own business is our men. Our men have been mistreated and dogged and damaged for centuries. And the thing is that it has impacted our families like it has impacted no other. So in order for our kings to be rebuilt and understand how important it is that they treat us like the queens that we are, we have to set the stage for that. There's only one time in God's word that you're going to find that the woman's seed was used instead of a man's seed. And that first seed was the seed that said that the woman's seed, which was going to be Jesus, was going to impact all of the world, because it was going to be the woman's seed. Never again will you see a woman's seed talked about. It's always the seed of the man. But that seed, which was to do damage to the enemy's camp, would be the seed of the woman. It will come through the woman, the one who was deceived, the one who was misguided, the one who was misled, the one who spoke prematurely. But instead, when he sent the seed of the woman into flesh, and Jesus became the propitiation for all the sin, all the mess up, past, present, and future, and honed her and used her, and then spoke to the female after his resurrection. So he took an example of a dead place in a dead space, coming back to life with power and authority. And that's how the Black woman got to move for the rest of our time on this planet. We got to move with power and authority. So we got to be very intentional, and we got to make wellness a part of our daily source. We got to think about it. We got to breathe it. We got to eat it. We got to drink it. Be busy and intentional about mining her mental. Mining her mental. And we're going to talk about what in a minute. The first thing is, bam, what women don't do well. We don't take care of ourselves well. Even when we know we should, we don't. What does self-care mean to you, woman of African descent? And the men who we give birth to using their seed. Because now it's the seed of the man that is inside of us. And we bring forth life into the world, we have to be very, very clear about taking care of ourselves so we can be our best self, right? And in order to be our best self, something has to happen. And Hebrews, the 11th chapter, and you can read that, you have an opportunity for your reading pleasure. It's called the Hall of Faith. And the Hall of Faith helps us to understand how we got to move in the earth realm. Anything that is not of faith is sin. If you're going to do it and you don't believe God in it, then you better run away from it, because it's going to do damage to your mind. It's going to do anatomy. Everything is done by faith. Why? Because God gave us the hand of faith. He measured faith to every human into the world. Now, what you do with your faith is your business. But do on the hand of the business that's been assigned to you, you're going to need to operate in faith. He said that a mustard seed of faith can move a mountain. A mustard seed of faith can cause something dead to come back to life. A mustard seed of faith can cause you to do things that are impossible, because what's impossible with humans is totally possible with those who believe and trust God. And that is a continuum. I says a continuum is because the Bible tells us that demons believe in God, but it's those that believe it. And believe that means not only do you believe, but you believe and you obey. You do what God tells you. You follow the instructions. You follow your assignment you will put on the earth. That's the only way you can get out of here safely, because he's coming back for a church without spot. He's looking for himself. So when he's looking for himself, he's not sick. He cared for himself. He handled his business. He finished his work. He forgave the people that didn't have enough sense to treat him like who he was. And Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. First departing word as he was leaving the earth. And then he said, into thy hands I commend my spirit. So he committed his spirit. He gave God permission, take my spirit and cover it, because I can't stay here, because I got to come home, prepare a place so I can come back and receive them unto myself, so that where I am, they can be also. So self-care, it must mean something. And we must continue to give birth to our seed in the faith. He says that we bring up our children in the way that they should go. We don't do that alone. You can't have no child alone, so we can't do it alone. We need to harness the best that's in our men. I tell women all the time, whatever made you want him in the beginning, you need to make sure that that won't stay throughout the development of children. And we need prenups that we're going to take care of these kids no matter what. We're not going to leave them and not that's the box that they are, because they have riches and jewels and gifts inside of them that need to be deployed in the earth realm. But if we as parents don't do our job, it's not going to happen. And that means that we get ourselves. We got to take care of ourselves. Hebrews action. All right? What area? I want you to think of a suitcase right now. And I want you to think of all the things that you're doing right now. And if you were to write them down, what is in your bag? Because whatever bag, that's the bag you're going to on a daily basis. What are you carrying? And then in order to find out what you say, now who put that in my bag? Who packs your bags for you? Every day you go out and you carrying something. Who packed that bag? Was it God in you? Or was it another God in you? Or was it a God that had nothing to do with you? Who packs your bag? Once you identify your bag, it's you right back to your purpose. Because whatever's in your bag should be aligned with your purpose for being on the earth. What is your purpose for being here? If you don't know why you're here, you'll land anywhere and you may think you're in the right place. What is your purpose? Dr. Monroe said that the greatest tragedy in life, one of my mentors and where I got my second ordination in the Bahamas. He is now deceased from what we believe was an intentional airplane crash on the part of some folk that didn't him around, which is what they often do to those that God sends to be our Moseses, our Davids, to fight the Goliaths and bring the Pharaohs down. The purpose in life. He said the greatest tragedy in life is to be alive and not know why. Woman, you must know why you're here. You must know your purpose in its fullness, or you cannot give God a return on his investment. And he invested a lot in you. He gave best. And that means you can be at your best. We can be at our best. And the second greatest tragedy is to be alive, know why, and do nothing with your. You got to fulfill your purpose while on earth. It's not going to do you any good when you leave here. Unfortunately, one of the grandest places is the graveyard. It is full of purpose and people who died before their time because they wasted their time. People who died because other people didn't understand the essence of time and took their lives prematurely. So what's your purpose like? What questions you need to answer? So please write those down. You need to answer those questions. I want to say you cannot pour from an empty cup. You cannot pour from if you're empty. If you know you are feeling fulfilled, if you know you're stressed to maximum capacity, so much so that it could actually cause illness in your life with get that cup refilled. You never want to have to drink from your cup again. If we're going to move into this next phase, you want to be able to sip from a saucer. That means you want your cup to be running over. And he said he would do that in the 23rd Psalm. Your cup will run over. That is a promise from God. Stand on the promises and hold him accountable for the things that he's promised you. That means you got to be in relationship with him. And I always say, what's in it for me? Why should I do this? God never calls us something that is not something for you. Even his son, though he died and gave his life, it was something in it for him. He said, for the joy that is set before me, endure the cross, despising the shame. And I'm now set down at the right hand of the majesty on high, and I ever live to make intercession, saints, according to the will of God. Something was in for him. It was that it was going to be his again. It was the reason of his position in glory with his Father on the right hand, so he could continue to pray for us that we get it right and that we keep it right and that we understand our rights and let nobody take away our rights. And he gave them to us, so no man can take them away. It is important to check in with yourself regularly, not just with the other counselors, but in the multitude of safety, which is why I was thrilled to be able to run the all-faith-based mental health organization on the west side of Chicago, and only one or two in the entire city. There's another one up north, but it's not started by us, it's not ran by us. And so cultural competence lives with us because it is people that look like you and me that are running this age, started by men that look like the men that are sitting around us. Amen. Somebody who had vision and understood that there was no mental health services for Black and brown children. He started thinking about our kids make it. If they have to make it and struggle with knowledge that they're supposed to have. So you deal with yourself regularly, and you got to take care of yourself. Even tell you when you get on a plane, you put your stuff on first before you start trying to help somebody else. Because if not, you're not going to be around to even enjoy their. So you want to take care of yourself. All right. Next, definition of mining. Now we're talking about mining, like when you're doing something where you're extracting something valuable. So extracting valuable materials from the earth, from which human beings were extracted. We were extracted. Amen. So from dust you came into, dust you shall return, right? That physical part. The past was considered both dangerous and tedious due to unhealthy results to the human mind and body. It had too much chemical warfare going on for the human to be able to stay in close proximity to it. But what is mind mentally can be separated into our mind's processing plant. Everybody's mind processing plant. As you better understand the human brain, you will be more equipped to try and overcome dangerous stress levels. Accompanied with anything will kill you. So you got to make sure that you bring stress into its proper position. There's a such thing called good stress, but too much stress, I don't care if it's good or bad, will weaken your. So advanced information regarding the importance of mental health and wellness, which is positioned in us using our faith, has positioned humans to mine through large amounts of information. We call it multitasking. We call it the brain in divine order. And what the brain is able to do, watch this, is identify patterns. It can identify situations, it can identify behaviors that tend to produce unnecessary, prolonged, and unhealthy stress. You want to have a handle on unhealthy stress because it like multiplies in power when it is free reign. You keep it down because it will take you out prematurely or cause you to be at dis-ease all the time. And a person that is at dis-ease all the time, prone to disease. All right. What is the connection between the physical and the mental health? Physical health problems can increase the chances of developing mental health problems and vice versa. So you got two starters. You got faith, which is a starter. Without faith, you can't please God. Anything not of faith is sin. And then you got the mind. Everything starts in the mind. It starts with the thought. It starts with making a decision based on the thought. Also, on what is inside of what have you stored up that is operating in you. And you got those three parts of your brain. You got the reptilian portion of the mammalian portion of your brain, and the neocortex portion of your brain. If you're not careful, you will end up operating out of the lowest part, which is the reptilian portion. Can anybody tell me what does reptilian mean to you when you hear that? What does it sound like? Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? Uh-oh. Hello, hello? Reven?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Nobody was saying anything. That's why I didn't think you could hear me.
Yes, we can
Reptilian.
hear you.
Okay, reptilian is one portion of the. When you hear the word reptilian, what does that remind you of? Do you hear anything reptilian?
Hey, Dr. Vessel, I had to bring the camera outside so they can't respond to you in the room, but our online audience can respond to you. So online audience, please respond to Dr. Vessel because the camera is away from the conference room.
Oh, okay. Reptilian. Okay, well then I'll keep going then. Reptilian, the root word is reptile. It's the smallest part of the brain. It's the part we share with the reptilian or the reptile world. And if you know anything about reptiles, they're considered cold-blooded. A reptile will kill its own children, will eat its own seed, will leave it dead, and will take the life out of you. We don't want to operate from that part of the brain solely. That our response portion of the brain. So it just does stuff. It doesn't think. It just does stuff. It automatically operates. We get our fight, flight, or peace system, right? But you don't want to do stuff just because something came upon you like that. The thinker, that doesn't necessarily give you time to think, right? So we don't want to be there all the time. We thank God for that part of the brain. It's old and it functions on its own. Next part of the brain is called the reptilian portion of the brain. And the root word there is mammal. That is called the what? Warm-blooded. So that's the part of the brain we share with the warm-blooded animals, right? Those are the animals that are emotional and things like that and have care. That's what the emotional part of us. We care about people. Sometimes we care about other people more than we care about our own selves. We so-called love other people more than we love our own self. And as a people, we have really gotten to that place of loving everybody else and not loving us, which is why we're still killing us. We're bringing children into the world, and our children are killing people that look like them. That's because something is wrong with those two layers of the brain. They are in full operation. And the third portion of the brain, which makes up 15 to 85% of your whole brain mass, is called neocortex. New cortex means thoughts. That means that's where you produce new thoughts and say, no more. We're not going to let this happen anymore. We're moving to a new agenda where we our lives instead of take our lives. We got to get to this. There are very few people who walk on the earth who get to use this portion of the brain. You get a few people like the Stevie Wonder, somebody who's lost a real critical portion of their brain and or not brain of their physical usages, but the others kick in and overcompensate for the loss, right? But those of us who have all five of everything working, because we don't have to work hard at anything, we don't get to the level that we should be at. We got to do that. We got to deal with that portion of the brain, right? It's called neocortex. If you've ever seen The Matrix, you remember the guy's name that was the star? His name was Neo. Until Neo found us, he was always getting beat up. But once he found out who he was, he didn't even have to move hard because everything was happening from his brain. He knew who he was. You got to know who you were. So that's the connection. Physical problems can increase the chances of developing mental health problems and vice versa. 1 in 3 people with long-term health problems also develop mental health problems. The most common are depression and depression is a killer. Depression makes you not want to be here. Depression makes you not want other people to be here. So we got to really watch that spirit and anxiety. The word of God is anxious for nothing. If we operate in faith, why are we anxious? Be anxious for nothing, but in everything by prayer and supplication with thanksgiving, let your requests be made known. Tell God what you want. Tell God what you want to see happen. And if enough of one accord saying the same thing, God, heaven can hear us and respond appropriately. It's all in one body. Mining is urgent. All of this is inside of your body. Look at this brain. Look at this. Look at the heart. Look at the bodily organs on the inside. These are the important parts of us, and we spend most time looking on the outside, trying to see how cute we look. But it's what's on the inside. It's the hidden man of the heart that's important. So we got to go deeper than we've ever gone if we're going to survive and make it. Stress affects everybody. Look at that. The brain, the cardiovascular, joint muscles, immune system, skin, your gut, your reproductive system. You and learn to disconnect with the potential to infect our bodies. What is it in you that you need to disconnect from? It may be a person, it may be, it could be any number of stuff, but only you know affects your body. You know how this makes you feel. Mind will impact and ultimately affect what it infects. What antibodies can use to help prevent, alleviate, and dissipate excessive stress. Jesus was the antibody for us. He came in a human and stood against the powers of darkness so that we could prevent them, alleviate them, cast them out whenever they tried to show their ugly face. In Mark 5, talked about the demoniac. The man had so many demons. He said, how many in you? He says, a legion in me. Because when a demon leaves, it only comes back with 7 stronger if you don't fill that place with God's love and God's power. And that means you love God first, you love yourself. Nobody else goes after God. I don't care. It's not your daddy, not your husband, not your children. You are after God. He is the God, the Lord of lords, the King of kings. He and then you put everybody else in whatever order they belong in. So if you're married, then your children, and then you go, right? Because that's what your covenant is. Wherever that covenant is, that's your first stop. It takes faith entrusted to you to overcome the anomalies that interrupt our progress. So God has already dealt you the hand of faith. It is up to you to use it. You got balance between your work life and your personal life. Why is it important? Keeping a work life and personal life is a practice healthy boundaries. You got to set boundaries. You can't let everybody in your life every time they want to just show up. No. Set some boundaries so people can respect your life. You got to have a balance in your workplace to create a healthy work environment. Healthy work environments will help decrease stress and help prevent burnout, even in this. You know you're good at what you do, but all of a sudden it seems like you're making a lot of mistakes. No balance. You got to balance out everything so that your life looks like the life of the Lord. The Bible says balance is his delight. He delights when we are balanced, right? The king tried to bring balance to this nation. He said, you have written us a check and you got insufficient funds on it, but America is not broke and we not going back. You're not sending us nowhere. We here to stay and we're going to change these rules, even though we got a devil and a would-be dictator in position trying to make everything work, but we're not going to stand for it. We're going to stand and we're going to make a stand and we're going to have our own. It's a must. Mental wellness strategies, you got to get ground using your senses. Grounding techniques for the senses. Things you can see, things you can hear, smell, and taste. Those things. Mindfulness, mental wellness strategies. You got to be mindful. Is your mind full? Look at that. Or are you mindful? Look at that mind that's full. It's just full of all kind of trash, no kind of organization, stuff all over the place. I went through a cleaning up my room, my physical bedroom, because it was stuff everywhere. Oh my God. I was like, I can't even find the other shoe to that shoe. Why? Because we end up with so much and we have not put it in order as we've gotten it. It ends up all over the place. What do you need to be mindful of that has your mind all trashed out? Mindfulness is about being and living in the moment without judgment. It's not about judging. It is about living in the moment, recognizing your thoughts and your feelings towards stuff. I feel so much better when I walk in my room and it's a clear path to my bed. Stuff ain't all over my bed, so I got to move it so I can even go lay down. You know, clothes and stuff everywhere because I'm so busy because I'm not balanced. So we got to balance out. Allow yourself to be present. If you're going to be in something, I had another big event this morning. I had to be present at that event, but I said I got to go a minute later because I got another commitment. I got to be present here. I want you to know that you investigate and take action. Look at stuff. Find out what's going on. Yeah, how about nurturing yourself? Women, we take care of everybody else. We got ourselves so we can be around. Self-care, supporting your mental wellness strategies. Find and make time to check in on yourself. Check out your own mind. The songwriter says, been with you all the time. Actually take the time to do it. Check in with your body. How am I really feeling today? Do I need to stay home? Use my PTO time to say I'm using a sick day because I'm feeling sick. If I don't take this day, I'm gonna really be sick. Take it. Use your time. Use your vacation time. It's very, very important. Check in with. Can you second that emotion that you're feeling? What you feel really matters. Follow up and assess your answers. You need to take action. Identify what I need and never feel guilty about having needs. Everybody needs something sometime, right? Get help if you need it. In a multitude of counsel, there's safety. Unless you're an expert in finance, an expert in romance, an expert in health area, from your head to your feet, you may need to reach out for counsel. The word of God said, in the multitude of counsel, there is liberty. You get free when you get the counsel that you need. Don't pretend like you don't. We all need help. Jesus needed help. He had 12 disciples. He's like, I'm not trying to do this work by myself. No, the work is too great. And Scripture says you have not because you ask not. That's a faith move. Finding time for self-care, check in. Carve out the time, ask for help, find a moment of quiet time. In quiet and confidence shall be your strength. Take advantage of time that the family is quietly engaged in screen time. Let them do something else while you're doing something else. You got to make sure you do that. Minding your mental resources that we've shared today that you can carry in your luggage so you can carry on. Empty them luggages out today. There are calm meditation apps that you can just go to YouTube and find, listen to them, breathe deeply through your nostrils, and you got to exhale through your mouth. And you can visit these particular websites anytime you get ready to go and find out the things that you need. I can forward this particular PowerPoint. And remember, the mining promise, not written, it doesn't exist. Write it down, sternly. If it's not followed, then you will man time. Just writing it down and will not man your mentals. Reminding you of the various techniques for mental wellness. Breath work, breathe. Whenever you stress, stop, and breathe in through your nose and exhale through your mouth. Holding it 3 seconds or more. Mindfulness, use grounding techniques, use your 5 senses, and take care of yourself. What will you carry away? Pull out your empty bag and complete your evaluation of this time. What do you need to empty out? What do you need to fill that bag with? God bless and keep you. God make his face to shine upon you, gracious unto you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you his peace, according to Numbers 6:24-20. God bless you. I'm open for any questions. Tyrone, are you?
Yeah, all right, Dr. Vessel, I'm bringing the camera back in there.
Okay.
I'm bringing the camera. I think you hit it out the park, but we're going to have to kill that. We're going to have to echo unless we cut that one off or down. All right, here's the team right here, Dr. Vessel. Look, on serving on her birthday. All right. All right, y'all. Any questions, thoughts you want to share to Dr. Vessel, you guys? Anybody?
In fact, I really enjoyed her presentation. That's
What you enjoyed?
Thank you.
She's talking about focusing on yourself, something I lost a long time ago. I'm just not beginning to get into myself.
Yeah.
I've done so much for so many for so long. I don't even know how to be with me.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
Oh, we can turn it.
Is there gonna be a delay?
Yeah, it's a delay. Okay. All right, who else got? Shanita, what you got for Dr. Vessel?
I just wanted to thank you for just reigniting some of the things that that was put on my heart to do in the space of women and mental health. I have a segment that says check yourself, check your health as far as women is concerned. And when it comes down to creating a checklist, one of the exercises that I found out with women, I had them do, a list of the 10 most important things on their list. And 9 times out of 10, they were never on their list. So I had them to put themselves at the top of the list. Anytime somebody asks you to form a list, put yourself on top. You put birds, dogs, and bees on the list, but we do not put ourselves on our own list. So you help remind me that this activation and the assignment that I have as far as women in health is necessary, and that the movement has to keep on. We have to start talking about it often and consistent, intentional conversation about mental health and overall wellness for the Black families and the Black people is what you reignited in my spirit to let me know that I am on the right path, that connecting with people here today is not about just today, but to take this movement on the road and to make sure that we mind our business.
Anybody?
Wonderful, wonderful.
Anybody else, Dr. Vessel message? On her birthday, you guys take me. So, Mimi, what you got? Anything? What you got from Dr. Vessel message?
Dr. Bethano, she's awesome, and yeah.
And she coming from the west side, y'all. West side. Reven, how did she do? Great, Dr. Vessel.
Well, I always call it therapeutical. Very therapeutical. And, but I know that she always blesses her messages. And so I thank you for all you do. And I think what we're going to do with this agenda is put one of the most profound Black agenda for Black women that's never been seen before.
It's documented.
And not because we something special, it's just because we gifted like that.
Come on. Come on.
Like that.
Kay, what you think, Kay?
I think it was great. Yeah. And by the way, happy birthday.
Thank you, sweetie.
Deanna.
I think I like the piece when she was talking about the meditation.
Yeah, I learned something.
That's very important for the Black woman, is to know that they need to go somewhere to be that's to meditate. In a special place or a special home, or just take time out just to meditate.
Now that well, you see why you got that doctor in her title. So Dr. Vessel, we thank you for your time and your birthday. That means you had 31.5 million seconds since your last birthday. So we thank God for all that heart beating in between. And feel free to stay on if you had time.
Thank you.
But you served though, yes, indeed. Excellent. All right. Anyone online got any statements you want to make to Dr. Vessel? It's her birthday before she possibly have to leave.
Actually, Monday, Cinco de Mayo.
So we got Monday. All right. Good.
Also, I am Abel's birthday. Abel will be 33. I will be 68.
Happy birthday, Queen.
Thank you, woman of God. Thank you. Bless you all.
All right. So now we got Dr. Frazier on. Dr. Frazier, you have PowerPoints like Dr. Vessel or no? No, I'm on here with her. Okay. So Dr. Vessel, please, thank you again. And we'll be reaching out to you as a follow-up, but feel free to stay on. Please, if you can. It is recorded, so it's on YouTube. The world will see it. We have next up Dr. Frazier, Dr. Gail Frazier.
Yes.
Reven.
I apologize.
No. You good, because we waiting on the mayor here in 20 minutes. So Reven is going to introduce you.
Well, I just wanted to let you know that, I was working with my students and I had very bad reception, so I had to wind up using another phone to get on. So my apologies.
Now, Reven finna introduce you so they know who you are. Go ahead, Reven. Who is Dr. Gail Frazier?
Wow. Hey, Queen. Dr. Frazier.
Yes, sir.
Her dad and I share the same birthday.
Yes.
That's who he is. Cancer, man. So that means she understands why I'm like I am.
Yes,
no,
sir.
but I just thank you. I was sharing with the ladies in another group, and then we were talking about the male and female relationship. And I'm so honored from what I said to them about my mom. These two women and other great women are responsible for me staying focused and staying on my manhood. and making sure I don't make mistakes. So I'm held accountable, stay the Geraldine from the Geraldine. But Dr. Vessel, I mean, Dr. Gail Frazier is an engineer by trade. She's also with the U.S. Minority Contract Association, where she chairs the technology, and we're a national organization where she's in charge of that. She's also a former principal, teacher of schools, and she has a host of talents. But one of the things I do know is she's a praying woman. She's standing on it. She don't compromise God for nobody, and she handled that word. But she's also a co-founder of National Black Agenda Consortium, which I'm a part of. She's actually was the president for years, and she stepped down and just doing work. And she's a strong advocate. They also mentioned about the children and this alternative lifestyle going into the schools that put pressure on children. So she's been a champion of that, making sure the classroom and this whole alternative lifestyle stuff that our children don't need that early in the game. Let them grow to be who they need to be, like the children of God. So without further ado, my teacher and one of the person I love, and another mother from another mother, Geraldine's other mother, Dr. Gail Frazier.
Well,
All right,
God bless
all right.
you. God bless you. God bless you. It's an
So-
honor and it's a privilege to be on with you. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
I'm gonna turn
Okay,
the camera
praise the
around.
Lord. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Like I
yeah.
said, I'm in there with my students, and so I got somebody in there with them. Right now, we do work every Saturday. I work with them in various areas, and other people come in and to assist too. But my primary focus with them is instilling within them the Word of God and the desire and the need to pray, and being able to identify and operate in the area of spiritual warfare, understanding that there's so many different things that's attacking them, and they have to be able to identify what's going on with them. And so that's one of the main things. And then right now we're doing our music component, because we have a music component as well, but someone else is leading that up. But it's a blessing to be on with these mighty sisters, and of course, Brother Cy and Brother Reven and any other brothers in the house. We salute you, and it's a blessing being on. And so, Brother Cy and Brother Reven, they asked me to come on because I certainly wanted to be a part of this wonderful gathering. As Brother Reven has already said, in addition to the things that he's mentioned, I'm also a representative for the National Council on Educating Black Children. And the fact, that's a main concern, as he already mentioned. And also, he said, an engineer. I am a civil engineer by degree, done that for many years. And in construction, I was assistant director of construction management at Rush Medical Center. And so when Brother Reven and Brother Cyron were talking about, us going to another level as sisters, that's very important, because we also have boots on the ground in Africa as well. I serve as the vice president of technical operations for the Global Institute of Planning and Sustainable Development, along with Dr. Margaret King, who is the CEO and president. So we've had the opportunity. Well, she's from Nigeria. But, I went to Africa and have been going on various trips to Africa, and it's really been a rewarding and a blessing knowing that. And then one thing I'm going to say too is that you all have heard of President Ibrahim Traore, and I hope I'm saying his last name right because I always get it messed up. But that's my patrilineal ancestry line, Burkina Faso. And so it makes me feel really blessed in my spirit to see how God has chosen to use Burkina Faso, that was considered, as you know, the former president said, an S-hole country when he was talking about Africa, to see how God is really raising up Africa in this season. And so in this space that we're in today, I'm really hoping that and trusting in the Lord for him to bring us together to do a work to help our young people. As Brother Reven had mentioned, very much concerned and engaged with the homeschool educators, because we see what the public school systems are doing to our children, and they are heavily doing their utmost to groom them and to transgender them and to take away parental rights. And so that's something that we have really been fighting against, letting it be known that the children do not belong to the state. They belong to the parents, and God is over the parents. And so you don't have the right to just usurp the authority of the parents and say that we're going to make you do what we want you to do. So that is a major end as well. And then I'm involved with the STEM, the science, technology, engineering, and math. I work with young people in that area as well because they do have to become astute in knowing how to problem solve and things like that. And unfortunately, they're not getting that in the schools. They're not getting those things in the schools. And as a result, our children's scores, test scores, everything are totally atrocious. You know, reading on, here you graduating from high school and you can't read. Here you are in high school, you can't write, you can't do cursive and all those things. And so it's our responsibility, whether you're an educator or not, but it's our responsibility to make sure that we do the best to help our children to be the best that they have to be. And so all of those things that we've been doing and, you know, talking about the engineering component, I wanted to just emphasize that we have many women and girls who are now being transitioned into that space of becoming engineers and contractors and so forth and so on. And so with the U.S. Minority Contractors Association, we deal with various trades and tradespeople. You don't necessarily have to be in the area of construction, but we do entrepreneurial training as far as trying to teach and show people how to start their own businesses. Because we know as Black people, we definitely have to have some serious entrepreneurial work going on. And we know, of course, also that as Black people, we've always done entrepreneurial things. When I had the opportunity to go to Africa, everybody there pretty much was an entrepreneur because they didn't have a choice, you know, so they knew how to make a living. And they did the best in the impoverished situations that they were in, but they took what they had and they did what they could. And so I think about my big mom, she used to tell us, she said, take what you got and make what you can. And so that dependency that we've always had, learned dependency. Now we're trying to help our young people unlearn that dependency. And so, you know, the scripture says if any wouldn't work, he's not supposed to eat. So we are teaching and trying to train our young people to be accountable and to work. And so we're trying to put them in those spaces and places where they can get work. What I've had asked and invited certain ones to come in who are tradesmen or tradeswomen to come into the space where we are and share with them about their trade and how they can get into those areas, because the focus has to be on our young people. And when I say young people, I'm talking about as young as third grade and younger, but specifically third grade and up. We, you know, teach them those things because they have to be able to survive. One of the things that the Lord laid in my heart was that if young people don't have the skill sets, then the only thing that they can resort to is stealing. The only thing that they can resort to is doing those criminal acts, which of course will only have them go into the prison system. And so we're trying to combat that as best we can, doing what we can to help them navigate along these ways. And so we are trusting and we're believing for, you know, more people to get involved. I'm sure you all, many of you who are sitting down there, are involved in that particular space in terms of trying to make a difference. But one thing that I have found, and Brother Reeven certainly will bear witness, you know, a lot of times people say that they want to work with the youth, but then when you put the SOS out there and say, come help labor in this vineyard, folks draw back, you know, and it's kind of like, you know, not judging anybody, but they desperately need us to be in that space to help them navigate through life. And so, I don't know if there's anything else, Brother Si or Brother Reeven, you'd like for me to say or anything like that. I know I
Well, we
covered a lot.
definitely want to, yeah, we definitely need questions answered. We got questions and answers. So did anyone else have questions first before I ask a few questions from Dr. Fraser?
Still talking. Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, we here. So we live here. We muted that. You can talk to the phone. Anyone questions for Dr. Fraser?
I don't have
So
a question, but I just wanted to celebrate her being involved in the engineering component as a Black woman. I think it's amazing. I'm working with another Black woman, Tracy Quinn, over Pink Construction. So I think she's so right. It's so very, very important that we realize that there's nothing we can't do, but necessity continues to be the mother of invention.
Absolutely.
So what you said, the things that need by our people, I agree. And I do agree that we need to learn to go back inside and pull out the gifts that God has given us
Girl, you better
that we
say
could do. Yeah,
that.
right, right. That we can do. And there's nothing on this earth that we can't do. But
Amen.
privileges have been taken away. We have to be the restorers of what has been breached.
Absolutely.
So I appreciate you and I honor you. And I pray that God will give you long life and good health, that you
Oh,
may be
thank
able
you.
to train and transmit this information to many, many, that
Thank
our
you
nations
so
may be
much.
built and become strong again.
Oh, thank
God
you. I
bless
love
you.
you. Thank you
I
so
love you
much. You just
too.
bless my soul. Oh
I
my
love you
God.
too.
You are
Amen.
wonderful.
God bless you. You are too.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
Thank you, sweetie.
Wow. Mwah.
So Dr.
Mwah.
Frazier, yeah, so Dr. Frazier,
Yes, sir.
in your own words, because you touched down in the continent, for some of us who never been to the continent, can you just can you envision people from Africa coming to the women's convention next year? What would that do for them psychologically, spiritually, in your
Oh,
view?
wow. Oh my God. It would be such a wonderful thing. When I first went to Africa, that was in 2022, and it was by far, I mean, literally, when I put my boots on the ground, my feet on the ground, all I could do was cry. And they came up to me with all arms open, saying, "Welcome home, welcome home." And I just broke down like a baby and just was crying. They treated me so well. And the thing
Yeah.
is that they identify with us, contrary to the lies that you hear. Now, of course, you're
Yeah.
gonna always have some individuals that's gonna be goofy, and all this other kind of stuff. But I'm just saying, for the most
That's
part,
true.
they treated me, I mean, it was like it was no distance. I mean, it was
Yeah.
like we were family, I mean, it was
Mhm.
straight. And one of the things that I'll say is when you go there and you're genuine, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Don't come with no flaky stuff like, no superiority. Just be
Make
who
me
you
better than
are
them.
in terms. You can't flow like that. But
Mhm.
it was like, hey, look, you my sister, we sisters. It's like, yeah, girl, yeah, brother, I mean, that kind of thing. And they were so inviting and so welcoming. And then when I went in 2023, the Lord bless, I went to Senegal, I went to Guinea, I went to the Gambia, I went to Guinea Conakry, and it was all the same way. I mean, it's
Mhm.
like they knew that I came from another place. Okay,
Yeah.
they did know that because you look at me, you hear me talk, it's like I'm not talking like them, but it's like, look here, we still family, and that's the part that it was. And I have to say, it was a very special experience in Senegal because it's like, you go to the market and you have to get clothes and everything like that. And we had some young brothers, I'm telling you, one can speak fluent English, even though it's a French or a Portuguese speaking town, but
Mhm.
one could speak fluent English. And you better believe when we were going out to the market to get us some clothes and all that stuff, they were up there negotiating with they people like never before to make sure we got the best deals. And the thing that was so funny about if somebody made, if one of the brothers had made his price too high, they were like, no, and they start saying, speaking in their language, like, oh, get it down, get it. I mean, they were looking, I'm telling you, I love them. And so it's like, I got to go back. You all, if you haven't had a chance to go, and I mean, I know everybody's saying Ghana, Ghana, Ghana. Thank God for Ghana, but it's 54 countries, and some say 55 in Africa.
Mhm.
We can go anywhere. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? We can go anywhere. And I'm telling you, they love us. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, like I said, you're gonna have some that's gonna be, but I'm talking about for the most part, they love us. They really
Mhm.
do. And they admire what we do. I mean, it's like
Yes,
we are the trendsetters.
yes.
I'm telling
Mhm.
you. And
Wow.
so much so, as a result of that, I still have long-standing relationships with them on WhatsApp. We talk all the time. We pray all the time. It's always something happening there. And it's like, they invite me to get on and pray. And we pray for the countries. We pray for the leaders. And I'm talking about these are African brothers and sisters, and they real serious about praying. And I tell you,
Yeah.
we have a show enough good time praying. I'm gonna tell you, we
Yeah.
start speaking in tongues.
I know that's right.
Okay,
Honorable shit.
I'm saying for real, for real. And
Honorable
I'm telling you,
shit.
okay, I'm
That's
saying
so
Yes,
funny. That's
Lord.
so cool.
Yes, Lord.
that's what
That's
I'm
Now we
real
got
deal.
saying.
Chinway on here, Dr. Fraser.
You
Chinway,
got
can you let them know your story, where you
Oh
from?
my God,
Dr.
I'm glad you Dr. Fraser, I want to say thank you so much for giving my brothers and sisters here the insight. Okay.
Praise the
I
Lord.
did a show that says two shows that y'all can actually check out on my YouTube, but one of them says, did African ancestors really sold their children?
Mm,
And YouTube had to cut it all off the part that I said the truth. And then the other one says Africans versus African Americans. And my sister, who's a Hollywood star, Perez Owino, I did that show with her. She's from Kenya. And everybody needs to look up her movie. It's called Bound. Africans versus African Americans. Dr. Fraser, everything you're talking about is what Bound is about. Now, I'm glad you recognize, and I want to confirm to everybody, like I always tell my brothers and sisters, you're going to find, just like vice versa, you're going to find one or two of us that are always going to go the opposite, because the rhetoric, and remember, neocolonialism is what we're suffering in Africa.
Yes.
And then over here, the slave mentality is what we're suffering on.
Absolutely.
So when you remove those tapestry that's been trying to define us and come to define yourself, like Dr. Fraser is saying, and I'm supporting, you're going to find that you are loved more than you can ever imagine.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Every African that is outside the United States or inside of the United States loves you. But guess what? Because of the divide and conquer that's still going on, they don't want us to ever come together. And that's why I do the shows that I do. Because a brother was saying, well, how come the brothers and sisters from Africa will come and they be dropped off on the north side? They want to go live and shoot up with the white folks. I said, no, you got it wrong. You got to know the history why. The refugee rumble is being done in African countries so that they can leave and come. But when those refugees come, they don't have a choice where they go. The first thing they do is drop them over by the north side and then start having us all bang our head because we're trying to compare who is better than the other.
Amen.
Why do I have my business on the south side? Because I belong on the south side.
Yes.
Okay. So,
Amen.
Dr. Fraser, I am so grateful to you.
Thank
if
you.
I was the one saying and delivering it, they would not hear me. But I'm grateful that you're saying what is actually the true reality.
Yes,
we love you guys more than you can ever believe.
Amen. I know that's the truth. I know that's the truth.
We love you and love you. If you see the movie Bound, you'll get the whole essence of the history. A mother and father and village saying goodbye to their children. And as soon as they cross the point of no return, I also did a show about it. I said, with the Bible in one hand and the gate of no return on the back of the slave master. What kind of psychology is going on for him to clearly tell the parents that your children will come back when knowingly he knows they will never come back? So Bound brings that out. Wow. Bound talks so much how the intimacy, we are still to tomorrow craving for our children to come back.
Amen.
The ancestors can never rest peacefully until each and every one of us born outside of Africa steps their foot back in there. I did also another show about it, the importance of recrossing the transatlantic by my brothers and sisters born in the United States or the Caribbean. I don't want to take up the show, but this is hard, really, you're hitting me to the heart.
Coming with the fire? You coming with the fire?
Hey, okay. Well, all right then, because that is true. And then you factor in our brothers and sisters, they also a part of this too. So we got it. It's going on, okay. And because divine providence is moving on our behalf, it's like no devil, no weapon is formed against us is going to prosper in this season. Right. It's a whole different day, and the hand of God is with us. And as long as we understand and acknowledge Him in all our ways, He will direct our path. So we got it going on. I'm excited. This is a great time for us to be in the land of the living. I'm going to say that.
It is. And y'all gotta understand that you are the true Hebrew. Don't let nobody tell you different. The Israeli that you're hearing of today, because I am from the original true Hebrew, the Igbos. They call us Hebrew. They don't want to call us Hebrew, but we are the Igbos, the original. So the Israeli of today is only the two tribes.
You're going to take our whole video down. You're going to get us in trouble here.
I know, no. I got to tell you
all
the
this
truth.
good recording.
Okay.
We were told to make good trouble.
I know.
No, the video gonna go down. They gonna block us. I got you. We do it in person because they might find that dispute. But all right, let's.
I want to say one thing, Siron. I want to say one thing about like the sister was saying. We got all of these nations in Africa, and our work is in Kenya. in heaven's eyes. And I want to say this because that is absolutely true what she said. When we got there, originally in 1996 was my first missionary journey. When we got there, the original question was, why don't you all love us? What did we do to you? And we were like, what? And so the same thing that the white missionaries would tell us, they would also go and tell them. They don't love you. They don't want to have nothing to do with you. All propaganda and lies, right? Well, when they found out differently, because when I first went, they didn't even accept women in the ministry, right? And we went and we built a center for the homeless children so they never have to live on the street again. But let me tell you something. When we tried to bring Kenyans to America, the American embassy stopped them.
Now you see that?
They do not want Kenya. The only time you see Kenyans here is when they're running those races.
Marathon.
They can outrun anybody because the air is thin over there and thick over here. So they can outrun anybody. Don't nobody.
You know that. Come on.
But how many of you know a Kenyan in America?
Yeah, now that's right. Yeah, that's
they do not want them here because they said the poverty there is so bad. And it is really bad. I'm the apostle of the second largest slum village in Kenya. It's called Minor Village.
Yeah, it's bad over there. You're right.
It is really, really bad.
It's bad.
Their fear, America told them, you will never go back home if you come to America, and we don't want you here. So they actually have the nerve to treat different African nations different. So I just want to say that as well. But we continued to work. We were online with them this morning. That's what I do every first Saturday. Been doing that for 39 years.
Woo! Well, y'all know, y'all just don't know Black Power. Y'all women are so powerful. We got our keynote speaker here, the mayor, just joined us. While she get comfortable, I just want to say this to everybody. Dr. Vessel, you hit it out the park. Didn't know you was that deep, but should have known you had doctor there on the title. Dr. Fraser, I know you made the women here feel comfortable with breaking that down on the continent. And so this has been a blessing. I thank God it's recorded, y'all.
Well, I thank God too. I thank God too, my friend. I'm gonna have to get off though, because I'm gonna have to get off because my young men, they're ready to go now. I'm gonna have to get off, but I love you all so much, and I know that we'll be talking soon. So thank you so much. God bless you. Okay. Talk to you later. Bye bye now.
It's recorded, so you good to go. It is
all
recorded.
Right. Thank you. Bye bye.
Hold on, Dr. Fraser. Reven got you.
Oh, okay. Well, Brother Reven, hurry up because I got to get on back. Yes.
Hey. The former Mayor Gary is here, our good friend.
Oh, God bless her.
Say hello.
Yes, hello there. God bless you. Long time no see. She's been our friend forever. And you know what? I want you to kiss my kiss. Mwah. Okay. All right. Bless you now. Bye-bye.
So Reven's going to do the introduction. So Reven, who we have here?
Wow. I know so many women. No, just a good friend, and as y'all know, first female mayor of Gary, Indiana. It's a great place. Also, she is now the president of Chicago Urban League, and we clap for that.
That's right. That's right.
And, you know, when she first came to Chicago, I was with Cole Group, and she was in the meeting. And he was saying, man, I say, I was working with her because we helped Dr. Fraser and I with the National Black Agenda. We worked with them for the convention here. And I say, Greg, she's going to bring a different energy because some of the urban leagues have had a bad reputation in Chicago. She's going to be, there's just that divide and listen. But I say, she's going to make it happen. And since she become the leader, she's in the community. You call her, she come out. And she's all over the city making things happen. So I want to thank her for being true to the game, coming to help us and giving Urban League a new life and name that it needs to stand for what it used to do and helping the communities. But she's just a blessing to us. And she's, I think, a lawyer by trade. Is that right? Yeah. And so I think when you're in that law area, it brings a different dimension to economics and accountability. So without further ado.
Actually, I want you to get that Chicago perspective. Shanita's going to come behind you and give a local perspective.
Cross the
I
board.
just you come with that angle.
But she's been there, and I just think she gives me access to her phone. I always call people at the last minute, and she pick up. But if she can come, she come. Again, I just want to thank her for coming to Chicago and coming to the hood, because there's always some good. Thank you.
All right. All right, Shanita, because you know more, so give us some insight. Who is the former mayor here that's graced her with her presence here? Give us some insight and then introduce her.
Okay, she's the woman who is planting the seed, someone that I know that she's part of my sorority, Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. Ooh. She has planted the way for many women in Gary and across Chicago. She's a leader, a thought thinker. She's a pioneer and a fighter. One thing, she does show up. Today is the presence of her showing up. She has mentored a lot of women, a lot of students, a lot of youth, and she continues to put her voice forward to make sure that her community and the places that she serves have a voice. And that's one of the things that I think is the most powerful part of who she is that she's continuing to fight. And when you show up, you show out. And I am proud to say that I've worked with her, worked under her, and that I'm a part of just the continuing force behind what God has in this community. And without further ado, he got something to say.
So, man, you up next in a minute. So,
I didn't know he had it like, okay, we passed the baton here.
So let me say this first and foremost. Thank you for taking the invitation. When Reven told me he can get you, I said, we'll see. So he made me a believer. For those who know, y'all know I ran for mayor here. I was in competition to the mayor, but one thing I never did, and even to this day, was disrespect the mayor. Because number one, she's legendary, historic. Just by being the first female Black mayor, there's things she had to go through to get to that position. We hope she's going to share some of that insight with our Black women. And so I always honored that. So I just want to say thank you for taking the invite. And you had the floor. Since the crowd isn't, we don't have standing room, we're going to just put the camera, so you can stay seated. All right, you have it, Mayor. You have the floor.
All right. Well, good afternoon. And first I want to thank Cy and Reven and Shanita for, where's Shanita? Oh, there she
over there.
And all of you, just for having me here. I just want to have a conversation, and I want to commend the National Block Club University for initiating this conversation, because we need to have these types of conversations in every city, in every neighborhood, because this is a critical time. It's a critical time for our people. It's a critical time for our country. And one of the most important aspects of the conversation is that people need to get information. And so what I am hoping to do is to just have a brief dialogue with all of us to talk about what I can share is what is coming out Tuesday. And Reven probably knows this. We have a summit coming up Tuesday in the city of Chicago where we'll talk about the state of Black Chicago. But the relevance of that is that it's not just Black Chicago. It's Black Gary, it's Black Detroit, it's Black LA, it's Black everywhere. And that is because there is a significant wealth gap that we are seeing in every community. And, it's an age-old story of the haves and the have-nots, right? And we focus so much who's in office, who's the president, and there is a constitutional crisis. I'll talk about that at a law conference, but we're not going to talk about that today. There is absolutely a constitutional crisis. But what we are seeing is an effort to strip people of any access to wealth that they may have. What do I mean by that? anytime you come against the NIL, right? So the NIL is the name, image, and likeness agreement that was struck by the NCAA because they were taking the name, image, and likeness of all of these predominantly Black college athletes and not compensating them for it. And in many instances, they weren't even leaving with a degree. And so there was a lawsuit, there were negotiations. And so now you have an Angel Reese. Now you have other young Black men and women who don't have to worry about getting injured when they go to pro athletics. So recently, the president said, I'm gonna do an executive order against that. And it's not because it's wrong. It's not because he's worried about these athletes. It's because it is a source of them attaining wealth and helping their families, their communities. And so there's whether you're talking about Black businesses, he doesn't want the Fierce Fund to fund Black women who want to start business, right? Because that means that there is an opportunity to obtain wealth. So anything that says we're gonna help Black folks, or we're gonna help diverse people, or we're gonna help any other people, it's a problem. It's gonna get you investigated. You're gonna get your status revoked. You're gonna get this, you're gonna get that. So, how do you fight against the federal government has all of those resources? Well, here's what I'll tell you. You can't be scared. You cannot be scared, because if you do that, then it will paralyze you. But you have to be strategic. And that's why I said these small meetings have to happen where people are really thinking through. So I'm not gonna call it Black. I'm gonna call it urban. I'm gonna call it community. I'm gonna call it helping people who are under-resourced, who are underserved. And if you use any one of those names, guess what? Guess who's gonna show up? You're gonna help us. You're gonna help us. We're gonna help each other. But we also have to really pool our resources. And so when you have the Urban League over here doing one thing, and the NAACP over here doing another thing, and the National Black Club University doing another thing, and the sororities and fraternities doing different things, then you have a set of little good things going on. I'm not saying that the things that folks are doing are bad. They're good, but they're not having the impact that we could have if we did all of those things together. And right now we need impact. Our kids need impact. Our seniors need us to have impact. The folks that are trying to go to school and improve their education, they need impact. And so we have to do that together. And that's the sum and substance of our State of Black Chicago. We don't talk about the statistics. We know what the statistics are. We know that our home ownership rates are low. We know that our education metrics, whether you're talking about graduating from high school, whether you're talking about those who go to college, whether you're talking about test scores, we know those are low. We know that our business ownership metrics are low. The number, and there was just a study done last year of wealth in Chicago, and it showed that the Latin community had $41,000 in wealth, white community $210,000 in wealth, and Black community, what did it show? You said it.
Zero.
Zero.
We live in it.
What do you mean by that, though?
So it's your assets minus your liability. And what they do is they average it across sectors. So, you know, they look at the census information, they look at where folks live. And so the average is 0. It doesn't mean that, you know, folks in here might have 100,000, 200, 300 in wealth, but because there are folks who bring that number down, the average is 0.
Right.
So that means that we have to start teaching early in school about money. And I know this is something that Shanita has talked about in terms of really financial literacy. One of the things that they do as soon as kids become eligible, what do? They send you what in the mail?
Credit card.
You know, you go to college, you get books on one hand and a credit card on the other hand. And if you don't know, if you haven't learned before you get there to manage that credit card, because you will inevitably need it. But if you don't know how to manage it, then that will essentially impact you for 10 or 15 years.
Yeah.
And that impacts your ability to buy a home. It impacts your ability to get favorable interest rates on small purchases. It impacts your ability to sometimes get a cell phone, get a bank account, things like that.
Get a job now.
Get a job,
Now.
because jobs are checking your credit score now. And so financial literacy is extremely important. And at our summit next week, we're going to talk about a software, a piece of software that we're using to help young people understand financial matters, whatever those matters are. So everything from your credit score all the way up to buying stocks. That's on this app. The other thing that we're doing, we know that housing affordability all over the place is very, very difficult. You know, not only is it an issue about the housing stock, but it's also an issue about getting those homes financed.
Right.
And it's not just buying houses, rent is through the roof. Some people spend 50% of their take-home pay on rent. So now if you spending 50% of your take-home pay on rent, 30% is on cars, and a third of that on cars, then what's left? You got 20% to live on.
It's a wrap.
I'm not a mathematician. That's Shanita's wrong. But I know that 50 plus 30 equal 80, and that leaves 20 I haven't eaten. I haven't gotten any medicine. Daycare. I haven't put anybody in daycare. I forgot about the 10% I'm taking off the top.
Yeah, so you got 2% left.
So now I got 10% left. Yeah.
Not Mayor, at the Motley Hotel is $350 a week. So that's $1,400 a month at the Motley Hotel.
That's
$1,400 a month.
That is an excellent example. And here's what they do at that hotel. And I know it because one of my mom's caregivers had this experience almost once a month. If you don't have that $350, you know what they do? They lock the door like that.
Gangster.
If it's due on the first, if you don't have it on the first, not only do you not have that rent, you can't get access to your
own stuff.
Can I share one thing with that? You are so on point. I mean, just amazing. But one of the things, because with that whole credit card piece, soon as you in college and you're able, they give you them books, that book bill, and the credit card. But it goes right back to what you said in terms of us starting in the home. And though my mother was not like well off or none, she scrubbed the floors at County Hospital for 30 years. Did you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, and all I wanted to say was that she taught me, daughter, always pay your bill. Pay it on time. All you got to do is make sure you always pay your bills and pay them on time. And she also told me, if you ever have a problem paying your minimum due, which is not what you want to do, but always call the person that you borrowed from, because whoever you owe, you're their slave. And I was like, what? She said, whoever you owe, daughter, you're their slave. So we volunteer to be slaves now by owing people, which is why the word of God said, "Oh, no man, but to love them." So if I had a problem because I bought my first bill was I bought my mama some real china while I was in college. Of course, they send these people around, sucking students in, but I counted up the cost and I looked at how I could pay that over time. If I took the whole 3.5 years I was going to be in school and paid for it, I had worked it out. But I also knew I was going to work over the summers so I could pay more during the summer months. But I never missed my minimum due because my mama told me, always pay your bills, at least the minimum, and make sure you remember whoever you owe, you're their slave until you pay them in full. That helped me to live a debt-free life. My mama told without a high school education. So there are things we can do in the home that'll set us free.
That's right.
Man.
All right, Dr. Weston.
It's a delay.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, we got it still on you.
Oh.
All right, can you speak also about women in safety, Mayor? What's your view on that?
Recently, we worked and Dr. Vessel was there, along with Dorothy Tucker to talk about the fact that not just in Chicago, but across the country, women over-index as victims of violent crime. I'm sorry, not women, Black women.
Black women.
Black women over-index as victims of violent crime. So we're talking about murder, we're talking about assault, we're talking about rape, we're talking about robbery, that your victims, we may be 25% of the population.
Right.
But we will be 40%, 50% of the victims of crime. And so what we have said is that safety classes, safety has to be something that we're teaching young girls, older women, all women. We need to ensure safety. Brother Reven and a group that he got together has really taken a special interest in ensuring that women are safe at meetings, at events, and things like that. And we have to make sure that folks know that, but we also have to ensure that policymakers value us just as much as they value. I will guarantee you, if a young white woman, white teenager goes missing, it will be on the 9 o'clock news, the noon news, the 5, 7, and 10, consistently until she's found.
And Amber like.
We don't always get that benefit. And so we have to insist on getting that benefit, because here's what we know, and we're fortunate in this television area. We watch Chicago TV. Chicago TV goes probably as far south as Jasper County. It goes almost to the end of Porter County, into LaPorte County. And so those anchors look like us. And they, by and large, care about the issues that we care about. So when those things like that happen here or anywhere else, we need to make sure that they are aware. But we also need to make sure that the police officers and the police chiefs, the mayors, the representatives, our US Congress people, that they are developing policies that protect us. Current administration has decided that the Violence Against Women's Act should not have funding. But that's not a decision that comes out of the White House. It comes out of Congress. Congress funds that law.
Right.
And so we just need to make sure that in funding that law, they make sure that it's administered and that the dollars are available for us to have domestic violence classes, for us to have shelters, because shelters are important. For us to have safe houses, places that will allow us to be safe and to rebuild our lives when that's necessary. I'm gonna stop there.
One more question though,
Yes.
for the young Black women watching, Mayor, what encouragement you have for them in this environment we're in now? Well, we have one here, my daughter. So what advice you have for them?
So what I will tell you, as young women, as not just the future, but the present, today I was online looking at the origin of the Black Lives Matter movement. And if you look at the folks who started it, who began the protests, it was young Black women. California, St. Louis, who really started to say, you know, you can't brutalize us, police. You can't brutalize us, system. And so as young Black women, your voices are very, very powerful. And never allow anyone to make you feel bad because you're doing well in school, because you're good students, because you prioritize education, because you prioritize the things that will allow you to achieve your dreams and goals. You know, my daughter about 6 years ago was working to get into law school. And there was a guy she was dating. And, you know, most of our men, men are so supportive. And I know that because I know these brothers. But, you know, there's some folks that aren't as supportive. And so this guy, and if I told you who he was, you'd be surprised. Because he's in you know, a really good place. And yeah, I like him. He said, well, no, you don't need to go to law school. Just move here. And, you know, we can get married and then you can support me. And so now she's married to a guy and they support each other. And so what I would say is you always want to find someone that you can support, but you also want to be supportive as well by that person. And so that's the thing. You don't have to put your dreams on the back burner. You don't have to subordinate your dreams. You should be clear about them and not be willing to just, you know, be quiet about them. And never feel bad about choosing yourself.
That's the best one. Hit that. Young lady, you got a question for the mayor? You good? All right. Anyone have any perspective? Thing they want to say? What's your name first?
I'm Maya ATN, and I live in this community.
She's well known, y'all. So go ahead, Maya.
Yeah.
She is well known.
I'm thinking first about, you talk about the policy piece, and I feel like I'm just now really trying to learn what exactly am I supposed to do?
who exactly am I supposed to call? Like, how do we take the pieces that we want to highlight and make sure that they are part of legislation or whatever? How do we go from this conversation to the actual action steps? Because I feel like the civics piece is not taught. I don't know.
It's not, you're right.
What to do. I don't know who to call. I don't know, and I think that's part of the powerlessness
Yeah.
that sometimes we feel, because it's like, well, I don't know who I'm supposed to call. Are they gonna listen?
So here's the great thing about access and policy making and even advocacy. Now, social media, email, those things make it a lot easier than it used to be to access people. But the other thing that I would share with you is that there are officials at the city, county, state, and federal level who have the ability to impact how we live. Obviously at the local level, it's the mayor and the members of the council. So it's also always important not just to know who the mayor is, and in this case, Mayor Melton, but it's also important to know who the members of the council are. So this is the 4th district, that's Marion Ivy. And to not just know who they are, what their email addresses are, phone numbers, who their assistants are in City Hall. But in addition to the 4th district council person, you have 3 at large. So who are our at large council people? Well, we have Kenneth Withington. I know a little bit about that, him, because he's my son-in-law.
Oh,
So you can always access him.
Like she might write that down, Mike.
You have, who else is our at-large council person? Because it's been changing. Miles Hollifer is the newest at-large council person. And then Darren Washington is the 3rd at-large council person. And so you want to call them because the fact that they're at large, they're responsible for the entire city. But maybe you don't want to call. Maybe there's something you really, really feel strongly about. It might be something as simple as having a road paved, having a building torn down, or it might be something that's
Sustaining a garden.
sustaining a garden, or the city budget. It might be something as big as the city budget. If you do that, go and decide that you want to talk to the council together. At the end of every council meeting on the 1st and 3rd Tuesday is a public comment period. Now, here's the challenge. It may require you to sit for a couple of hours, but maybe not. Maybe you watch the council meeting on TV, see how long the agenda is, and then 30 minutes before it comes time.
You got the secrets.
You sign up and you're ready. Or you go in, sign up first.
Right.
Then do what you gotta do. Maybe you gotta go grocery store or something else, come back. But again, I was talking about social media and Facebook. The great thing about that is you can see that all
time
on the agenda, and you'll be able to comment. And it's not just, so the commenting at the end is about whatever you want to talk about. But the commenting during the council meeting might be about a specific ordinance. And so, those are the things I think that you can learn and teach each other. Same thing at the state level. You have legislators with emails, phone numbers, and they also have assistants. Our congressman, Frank Mervan, has a
81st and Broadway.
Local office on 81st and Broadway, a DC office. So if you ever go to DC with a group, make sure you stop by, make sure they know you were there. You sign the book and tell people what you're there for, who you're there with. And then by doing that, and don't be afraid to call. Because every phone call they get, they write it down. They write down who they call, what the issue is. And so that's what I would say in terms of the policy and advocacy. And it always matters if you go in numbers. And I'm not talking about, 100 folks, but people in this room.
That's right.
If everybody goes down and they sign up about the same ordinance or the same issue, I can tell you without fear of contradiction, that's more than most ordinances get on any given day. Now, there are some ordinances about the environment. I know Beckman School was a big issue recently where you'll have a lot of people, but the average ordinance, you really don't have that.
That's real insight, y'all. Sorry.
Okay to ask. I am truly appalled at this open carry we have in this area.
Was in the state.
Well, in the state. Is that anything we can do to rescind that or what? 'Cause it's.
But you might have to talk local first, because some people love it. So we need to have a conversation in-house first. I think that's a beauty from Illinois to here. We get to be free, Second Amendment, but I'm just saying, the community, like, you heard the mayor say that locally first, we gotta see where we at, because I might be like, hold on, Martin. Cause you gonna disarm the wrong people, because they ain't listening to nobody, Yeah.
Watching by it, but it was just really unnerving. Unnerving. My first one was,
Got the alarm?
That's part of the safety.
Okay.
This was given to us by school.
Oh, that's the safety thing.
Yeah. The street and somebody hacking you, everybody gonna look.
When you talk about safety, we need those type of devices.
Something like that, that'll get everybody.
Well, what,
Not for a reason.
what's the 4? You said 4 incidents.
it's truly unnerving to the point, am I that much out of touch with reality? Maybe I better go sit down. I was at Burger King and me and my friend were just sitting there enjoying a Big Mac. And when I walked, while we were sitting there, these 3 young men, walked in and it was parties. They had guns and they had 9mm. And then one had like a
AR-15.
something like that under his arm here. And I didn't know, so I'm looking.
Yeah.
And then the third young man, he turned and looked at me like, what are you looking at? And he said, the other 2, they all look like, and
Peeled under them.
my problem was,
Quick judge.
I don't think I had the right reaction. I think I have become desensitized to this community. And so instead of, fear kicking in and getting out of here, we sat there and we tried to eat our hamburger. And then it.
You just pay good money for that.
Well, okay. Menacing young men, open carry guns, okay? I'm thinking, well, what would have happened if 3 others had come in with their guns and they looking at each other? Gonna be a crossfire.
Right.
Then, I think the very first time it happened, I was on 42nd at Parkway, getting ready to pump gas in my car. And I'm looking at the people as I pull up. I'm looking at the people, looking at them running. I'm like, what's going on? What's going on? I look around, it was like a war party. These young men, all in pulled up the cops field, and they had their guns, their 9mm at 30. I think most of them. And the one they were waiting on is the one that had the Uzi. And they talked, we're going to get them, we're going to do this. I couldn't get in my car fast enough, but
Let's get the mayor's thoughts.
a friend of mine said, Real cool comment, Ann, okay.
Right.
It says nothing we can do.
Right.
Yeah, that's a part of the state law. It's part of the state law.
You mind sharing your view on that?
You know, on any given day, and, you know, I'm back and forth between Illinois and Indiana. You just hear gunshots, right?
Yes.
And you have this Second Amendment, and we certainly have the right to protect ourselves and our homes. But I just don't think that the right to bear arms meant brandishing arms in the public. I think in the sanctity of your home, no one should ever come in your home. So once they cross that threshold,
That's all.
that's it. If they're unwelcome visitors, then, you know,
Yeah.
it is what it is. But what Martina is talking about
Yeah.
is it's unnerving. But the problem is, in order to change that law, you would have to get a majority of Republicans,
Yeah.
all of them are paid by the NRA
Yep.
and other gun rights organizations. You'd have to get them to vote against
Right.
what they believe to be their constituents' interests. And the irony is that on the one hand, they point to places like Gary and Chicago and Philadelphia, where gun violence is a real challenge, and say they need to do something, yet they make it possible in a place like Gary in Indianapolis, which is much worse than Gary.
Come on now.
If-
With
if
numbers,
they-
yeah, with numbers.
With numbers.
Hmm.
They allowed that to happen easily by passing these types of laws. So
But they said Knapp got mad, bad because of closing down the, projects here.
it's like Chicago.
That's what they said, yeah, that's what they said. Right, they said the backlog. Well, Mayor, we're not gonna keep you. We thank you, and I asked if any,
One major question
It is what it is.
that I need an answer to today.
Reading fellow.
Now, Sinai, he was, I always say, you coming from Gary to Chicago, and I've seen you move around from seeing the hundreds, seeing the low end, see move to the west side. But you've been able to kind of navigate in the community. And side, what you know, state in Chicago is one of the toughest cities to organize.
The most
because there's
gangster
so much
city.
strong influence. What do you see the cause? And that kind of keeps us divided from your opinion and watching it outside and coming in. Why is it so difficult for us to organize and unite in Chicago? The organizations, like you mentioned, that's big.
And they may watch you, Mayor. So don't say nothing.
No, but that's a serious point because he always bring it up. Me and him always trying to organize, bringing everybody together. You know, I'm everywhere. So I'm saying with you coming in might be seeing something we missing.
You know, I don't know that it's just Chicago.
Okay.
I would say that we've seen this in Gary as well. You know, and it's something that Dr. King talked about. It's a drum major instinct. Everybody wants to be in charge. And so, you know, if I had $1 for every time somebody said to me, when I was in office, I want to start a 501c3.
Another.
I'm like, we need that like we need a whole. Yeah, I mean, there are a bunch of 501c3s out here. Why don't you join forces? Work with them. But everybody, you know, we have lost the ability to communicate. And if you can communicate, then you can negotiate when you don't agree with how something is being run. But instead of doing that, we tend to want to form our own gravitate towards our own people. And when we do that, then we just become ineffective. We come that, and the fact that now one particular thing I see in Chicago is that we are really controlled by political money over there. Whether it's coming from the government, whether it's coming from downtown,
Unions, big.
Michael Sachs. I'm talking about people who invest in the community so they can control political decisions. And I never will forget when we had the Dallas and Johnson thing, and I said to people, I said, I've had a Black mayor most of my life. So the prospect of not having one, and I didn't know Mayor Johnson that well, but if given the choice, there is no choice for me.
Right.
But they were like, and I was like, and if given the choice between a Black man who admittedly had not been in municipal government and a white man who was endorsed by the head of a police union that you knew endorsed brutality and celebrated it. That's like, and who had not condemned it. That's a no-brainer to me. But there were Black people who were influential, who were 100% in favor of Paul Baptist. And what they kept saying was, he's been good to me. He gave my sister, he gave my dad a job. And I was like, so it's individual interest over the interest of the community.
That's it. That's it.
So
All
I
right.
have a question.
Mhm.
Because this kind of on the lines of the Steel City staffing, which is one of the heartstrings of Martina's role here to bring jobs and to be the center for employment and training and development. It's just important that we, as a community, rally around her and to make sure when we have the FedExes or whoever's starting to come into the community, that they partner with the Steel City staff and make sure that this is centralized where people can get to. They can walk from Broadway right to the location.
That's key.
But just bringing that as a kind of bold to why we're coming here today is not only to talk about strategy, but to support something that we need. Jobs.
But it was same with Grant Theater, right there on 30. Like, we got to make sure that we invest locally, and that's what the benefit of the zip codes. Everyone in America is in the zip code.
That's right.
Skid Row is in the zip code, y'all. So let's make sure we anchor that. Yeah. So, Mayor, I want to thank you for taking time out. President, we should say president because that's the current role. President, but like Reva said, we had guests. She said, no, this is her home state keynote. So we stand corrected on that. Thank you for coming out. And we want to get a picture with you if you don't mind. And then you guys, we got to do the vote. So we go get the picture, then the vote. So that way the president can head on out. All right. So we go come this way. Yeah. No, you got to be in.
Special, got you.
All right, y'all, we about to get this picture.
They're gonna do the chairs inside.
Can
you do the chairs in front? I'll put your picture up.
No, I got to use your phone. Oh, you got it. The son. Yeah, so we just swing this way. Yeah, look. Got to go look. Oh, we're gonna go over here.
Oh, we're gonna look over.
Yeah, we're gonna look.
All right, got it.
You stay in your chair.
Oh, yeah.
Sit down in the chair right there. Take a chair.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Martina,
Hi, look.
baby, Mariah, come on over. Right there.
I want to see that.
I get down with you.
All right, you ready?
Hi, look.
It looks beautiful.
Excellent.
Come on, Rita, look.
Okay.
Right, I got the iPhone, so she'll, a picture be a little better.
You got it right? Oh, okay.
But she need to be in the picture.
Mimi,
Yeah.
yeah, take the, let her
Yes.
take it, then you get it.
Yeah.
Come on,
Yeah.
Mariah, come on the other side.
Y'all posted, I got a little child support going on.
That good?
Beautiful, yeah.
Okay, good. All right, thank you. All right, good. So we got the vote to do. All right. We got 5 minutes. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't even tell you.
Presidents.
Start running again. Yeah.
Always been love, though, y'all. Good, good.
Let me get on the other side.
Come on.
Memory.
Security.
Is that clear? Yeah,
It's all clear.
There we go, there we go.
What's the more?
Can you send that to me? Yep. and one more.
Let's look cock at it. We have one time.
There we go. Beautiful.
You from Indiana.
Good. Thank you. So we do have one more business item, you guys, then we conclude here. Yes, so I just want to get the theme out. Oh, we got 4 minutes. We good. That's what y'all got? Okay. I'm gonna take it off of here. Yeah, we got one more thing to do here. Okay. All right. All right. So Shanita, where's Shanita? Okay, good. So Shanita. Oh, Martina? Okay, Martina and Shanita. All right. So what's gonna happen now, you guys? So the next step, okay, y'all. So y'all just gotta do the last part, which is gonna be decide what we're gonna be the theme for all the next year for our Black women. And so we have 4 titles. So Martina, what were the 4? And then Shanita, what was your 4? And then y'all all go vote. Mimi go record it, which one we go walk away with. So let's start with you, Martina. What was your 4? The 4 topics?
They were business, accountability, safety, and education.
All right, which one did y'all walk away with as the top one?
Education,
And why is that?
because our kids are failing so badly. They don't have any help, seemingly any help or any support in the school system. And we need to redo and revamp this whole thing for our kids. So they get the best and most benefit from it.
So out of them 4, out of business, out of accountability, out of safety, y'all chose education. So we'll see what the whole team thinks. Shanita, what was your 4?
4 were construction, racism, food, and laws.
And which did y'all decide?
We decided on construction.
And why is that?
Construction was AKA build.
Mm.
Gonna be building. That's what construction is. So we build on education as a temperature of what we can walk away here with today. As we build it on and we stand on education. So
All
that's gonna be the foundation of how we move forward. And that you gotta educate on every level.
We got 6 people. We got 6 people online.
Financial,
Mm-hmm.
mental, emotional health, all of those are education. So every pillar of what we need to find out about ourselves is built on education. So constructing education.
So it's between education, traditional, Martina and them, and building construction on you guys. So I'm gonna go around, put everyone on the spot. Which of the 2 do you decide, Deanna? Construction or education?
Education.
Governor, construction or education?
I'm gonna go, if it can go with construction being built on education, I'll go with construction to build it up, build us up.
Sister Joyce, I know you just came in. What sounds better to you? What sounds better, education or construction, building and construction? All right. All right, Maya, I know you just got here. What sounds good to you? Education or building, construction? Come on, sister, we need you, V. Come on.
You gotta
in.
have a foundation.
So construction. Mariah, what sounds good to you? Education. Mimi? Construction, y'all got that? We gonna tally them votes later. Martina, obviously you with your own, right? Right? You education. You gonna stick with, you gonna stick with yours?
Construction.
All right. Anyone online, y'all, because we got anyone online. We got 6 people online. V, oh, there go V. Which one did you decide?
Yeah.
So you would, okay. I think they won, y'all. All right, so Dr. Vessel, what do you think? Education or construction? Chinwei, Daisy, Angela.
This is
Yeah, right
Daisy.
now,
What's the
construction.
education?
Uh-oh, education trying to catch up. Who? All right, that was you, Angela?
That was Daisy.
Daisy said education. All right. Who else? Angela, you still with us?
Teamwork for education.
Chinwei, education. Daisy, education.
That's what we've been doing. We gotta stay, we gotta build on a new platform, education.
All right. Dr. Vessel, we haven't heard from you. Which one you think, education or construction?
Gonna put them together.
Can be a block.
Yeah.
Construction's
yeah.
good.
Okay,
Construction's a good.
so we're gonna,
It's a one couple.
And the one that went home said she was with us, construction.
yeah, you missed the picture, man. All right, hold on. We gonna tally these votes up.
Right, but Mike said construction.
You know what?
Remember, he was with us, Mike.
Oh, yeah, he was, okay. V,
She
what was
was,
her name? Deanne.
okay, she was at CMC.
Foundation, education.
Uh,
Gotta have brain.
Sister Joyce, what was yours again?
I'm still, I say it, education.
Okay.
I'm changed, yeah.
Mariah, what was yours? Huh? What was Jamaica's? I could. It's 5-4 now. Deanna, what was yours again? I think construction got it. Yeah. And now, Maya, what was yours again?
That is, so that's what I'm saying, we divided, we got it, it's nobody. That's not divided. Not divided, it's already decided, it's already moving.
Yeah.
Education.
Together.
Yes, together.
Deborah, what was yours again?
Construction.
They got it. Yeah, they got it. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. So we got a total. Let me put the camera on myself here so we can close this out, you guys. So the total. All right, let's turn this around. All right, you guys, just so you know, the total vote is 8-6, with construction having it. And so the theme, as we're gonna type it up, our t-shirts, all of that stuff go have this theme on our women in construction. I'm gonna show y'all something, pull my shirt up so y'all can see it, so y'all know what I'm talking about. Hit me. Let me show y'all what this means. So,
Yeah, it's gonna be.
y'all see this shirt? See what it say?
What? Turn around.
It say Gary Convention, nurses, right? Is this the nurse one?
Okay.
That's fishing.
Oh, fishing, yeah, fishing. So now that y'all put that thing, all the shirts will say that for construction, so there we go. Huh?
That's what we picked, so the next shirt.
The next shirts, yeah, nationwide. We can control now.
I went through the room, they were mad, they said, we need to go to building.
Well, we're getting, but we got, I know, we're connected to, keep your files is what I would say. We'll get that right before we print them up. Thank you, guys. Thanks for your time. And again, we want people buying real estate up in Gary. That's what these conventions are about. It's a reason to get everyone coming here to Gary, 83% Black city, and buying Gary up because other people coming here to buy it up. We want to be the ones that do it. Thank you. Till next year.